the secret campsites of Lewis and Clark's expedition on a quiet evening in the autumn of 1804, somewhere beyond the familiar roads of the young United States. A small group of men prepared to spend another night beside a river they had never seen before. The fire was low. The horses were quiet. The river moved slowly through the darkness, carrying reflections of the stars across its surface. There were no cabins nearby, no roads, no towns, and no distant lights from another settlement. Beyond the little circle of firelight was a vast country that most Americans knew only from maps, rumors, and stories. The men had been traveling for months. They had crossed rivers, climbed hills, walked through tall grass, endured cold mornings and hot afternoons, and followed waterways that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the western horizon. They were part of one of the most remarkable journeys in American history. The expedition of Meriwether Lewis and William Clark had begun with a simple-sounding purpose: explore the western lands acquired by the United States through the Louisiana Purchase, find a practical route across the continent, study the landscape, observe plants and animals, and establish contact with native nations. But the real journey was far more complicated. It was a slow movement into a world that was still largely unknown to the American government. And every evening when the sun disappeared, the expedition had to solve the same quiet problem. Where would everyone sleep? The answer was rarely a permanent place. Most nights, the expedition made camp wherever the landscape allowed. A level patch of ground beside a river, a sheltered grove of cottonwood trees, a sandy bank above the water, a grassy meadow, sometimes a small island, sometimes an exposed stretch of prairie with almost no shelter at all. These temporary campsites were never meant to become towns. They were simply places where tired travelers could stop, cook, repair equipment, care for animals, write observations, and wait for another sunrise. Yet these ordinary places became part of one of the greatest journeys in American history. The expedition officially began in May 1804, when the Corps of Discovery departed from the area around St. Charles, Missouri. Lewis and Clark had a small but capable group of men with them. Among them were soldiers, hunters, boatmen, interpreters, and experienced outdoorsmen. The expedition's main vessel was a large keelboat, accompanied by smaller boats and canoes. The Missouri River was their road, but it was a road unlike any road that exists today. There were no bridges, no paved banks, no signs, no rest stops, no modern maps showing exactly where the next bend would lead. The river itself was constantly changing. Sandbars shifted, channels became shallow, trees fell into the water. The current could be strong, the shoreline could disappear behind thick vegetation, and beyond the riverbank stretched an enormous landscape filled with unfamiliar plants, animals, and geological formations. During the first months, the expedition moved slowly upstream. This was not the kind of journey where distance could be measured comfortably by the mile. A day's progress depended on the river, the weather, the strength of the men, the condition of the boats, and the obstacles waiting around the next bend. Sometimes the men could make good progress. Sometimes they worked for hours and seemed to have traveled only a short distance. The keelboat had to be pulled against the current in difficult sections. Men sometimes walked along the riverbank and hauled on ropes attached to the boat. Others pushed poles against the river bottom. The work was exhausting, and when evening finally arrived, the expedition needed a place to stop. The choice of a campsite was more important than it might appear. A bad campsite could mean cold, flooding, insects, difficult access to water, or trouble moving the boats again the next morning. A good campsite offered several advantages at once. There might be firewood nearby. The ground might be dry and relatively level. The riverbank might provide easy access to water. Tall trees could offer shade or protection from wind. Grass could provide grazing for horses, and the site needed enough room for men to work without crowding one another. The campsite was also a working place. After a long day on the river, the men did not simply lie down and sleep. There were weapons to maintain, clothing needed repairs, boats required attention, animals needed care, food had to be prepared, equipment had to be checked, and the expedition's journals had to be updated. Lewis and Clark recorded an extraordinary amount of information during the journey. They described the landscape. They observed weather. They recorded distances, they noted animals and plants. They described native nations and communities they encountered. They recorded the shape and direction of rivers. They made observations about the soil, mountains, forests, and prairie. Many of these observations were written in the evening when the day's movement had finally stopped. Imagine one of those evenings. The sun has disappeared behind the western horizon. The Missouri River is dark. The boats rest close to shore. A few men move around the fire. Someone prepares food. Another man checks equipment. A hunter returns with news of what he has seen. Nearby, horses shift their weight in the grass. The air cools. The noise of the day becomes quieter. And somewhere in the darkness, the river continues moving. Lewis sits with his journal. The page is illuminated by the uncertain light of a fire or candle. The world around him is almost completely unfamiliar, yet he writes. This simple act of writing would become one of the expedition's greatest legacies. Because without those journals, many details of the journey would have disappeared. The campsites themselves were rarely treated as special places. To the expedition members, they were temporary, one night here, another night somewhere farther upriver, then another. The landscape changed gradually as they traveled. The riverbanks became different, the prairie widened, trees appeared in different patterns. The hills became more pronounced, the weather shifted, and the men learned to recognize the country around them. They were no longer simply traveling through an unknown wilderness. They were beginning to understand it. One of the most interesting features of the expedition was how closely its success depended on ordinary knowledge. The men had to know how to build a fire, how to read tracks, how to hunt, how to repair clothing, how to judge weather, how to handle a canoe, how to protect supplies from water, how to recognize useful plants, how to travel safely through unfamiliar country. These skills were not glamorous, but they kept the expedition alive. Among the members of the Corps of Discovery was George Druya, a skilled hunter and interpreter with knowledge of several native languages. There was also York, an enslaved black man belonging to William Clark, who traveled with the expedition and became an important member of the group. York's presence was unusual for the time. He participated in the journey, worked alongside the other men, hunted, handled equipment, and encountered native peoples who had never before seen someone with his appearance. The expedition also included Charbonneau, a French-Canadian trader and interpreter, and his wife Sacagawea, a Lemhi Shoshone woman who joined the expedition in the winter of 1805 with her infant son, Jean-Baptiste. But in 1804, before Sacagawea joined the main journey, the expedition was still moving slowly up the Missouri. The men had not yet reached the Rocky Mountains. They had not yet crossed the Continental Divide. They had not yet seen the Pacific Ocean. Those famous moments were still far ahead. For now, they were following a river. And every night, the river gave them another campsite. One of the great misconceptions about historic expeditions is that they moved through empty country. The land was not empty. Native nations had lived throughout these regions for thousands of years. The Missouri River was not an unexplored road waiting for Americans to discover it. It was already part of a complex network of travel, trade, hunting, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The expedition passed through territories belonging to different native nations. Some encounters were peaceful, others were tense. Some involved gifts and negotiations. The explorers depended heavily on information from people who already understood the landscape. They needed to know where rivers went, where game could be found, where trails crossed the land, where dangerous rapids existed, and where different communities could be contacted. Without native knowledge, the expedition would have faced even greater difficulties. The campsites, therefore, were often located in a landscape that had been used by generations of people long before Lewis and Clark arrived. A grassy riverbank might have looked untouched to the expedition members, but the land could have been familiar to hunters who had traveled through it many times. A grove of trees might have been a useful resting place. A particular bend in the river might have been known as a landmark. The wilderness was not truly silent. It contained memory, it contained roots, it contained stories, and it contained people. As the summer of 1804 progressed, the expedition continued upstream. The days were long. The sun remained in the sky late into the evening. The men worked until they were tired. Then they made camp. One campsite might last only a few hours before everyone settled down. Another might be occupied for several days if repairs were necessary or if the expedition needed to wait for better conditions. Some camps were simple. Others required more organization. When the expedition stopped for the night, the boats had to be secured. Supplies had to be protected. Animals had to be watched. Firewood had to be gathered. The men needed to know where they were and where they would go next. This was especially important because the expedition carried supplies intended to last for a very long journey. Food could not simply be replaced by visiting a store. If something broke, it had to be repaired. If clothing became damaged, it had to be sewn. If a tool disappeared, another had to be found or made. The expedition carried weapons, ammunition, scientific instruments, trade goods, food, medicine, clothing, tools, and other supplies. Everything had a purpose. Nothing was easily replaceable. That reality changed the meaning of every campsite. A campsite was not simply somewhere to sleep. It was a temporary workshop, a kitchen, a stable, a meeting place, a writing room, a repair station, and sometimes a place of diplomacy. The night sky was another important part of the journey. Without electric lights, darkness arrived quickly. The fire became the center of camp. Beyond it, the prairie or forest became almost invisible. The men could hear the river more clearly. They could hear insects, the movement of animals, the occasional sound of horses. Perhaps an owl calling from the trees, the fire would crackle. Someone might speak quietly, someone else might sharpen a tool. Eventually, one by one, the men would settle down. The next morning would come early. The river would still be there. The boats would still need to move. And the expedition would continue. In this way, hundreds of ordinary nights formed the rhythm of the journey. Day, camp, night, river. Day again. The repetition itself was important. It created a kind of moving home. The men did not have houses, but they had routines. They knew where the cooking equipment belonged. They knew how the boats were arranged. They knew who was responsible for different tasks. They knew how to prepare for sleep. They knew how to begin again in the morning. This routine helped transform an enormous and frightening journey into a series of manageable days. And somewhere in that rhythm, the expedition began to enter a country that would challenge everything they knew. The river became increasingly difficult. The terrain changed. The men began hearing about mountains ahead. At this stage, however, the Rocky Mountains were still a distant idea. The men could not yet see the immense walls of stone that would eventually rise before them. They could not yet know how difficult the next stage would become. For now, they continued along the Missouri. On some evenings, the river reflected the last light of sunset. The prairie became golden. The cottonwoods became dark silhouettes. The smoke from the campfire rose slowly into the evening air. The men ate. The journals were written. The animals rested. And the expedition slept. The most famous journey across the American continent was being built quietly, one campsite at a time. No monument marked these places. No permanent building remained. Many of the exact locations have changed beyond recognition. The river shifted. Trees grew and disappeared. Banks eroded. Modern roads and towns eventually transformed the surrounding landscape. But for one night in the early 19th century, each little camp was a temporary piece of the expedition's world. A small circle of firelight in a continent-sized landscape. And when morning arrived, the camp disappeared almost as quickly as it had appeared. The fire was put out. Supplies were loaded. Tents and blankets were gathered. The boats were pushed back into the river. Men stepped aboard. The current moved around the hulls, and the journey continued west. There was always another bend, another stretch of water, another unfamiliar landscape, and, waiting somewhere ahead, another campsite beneath another enormous sky. The morning after another quiet night beside the Missouri River usually began before the sun had fully warmed the land. There was no alarm clock, no town bell, no distant train whistle. Instead, the camp slowly came awake through small sounds. A horse moved through the grass. Someone stirred beneath a blanket. A cooking fire was rebuilt from the remains of the previous night's embers. Wood cracked softly. Men spoke in low voices. And beyond the camp, the Missouri continued its long movement toward the south and east, even as the expedition struggled upstream toward the west. The men had learned that the river was both their highway and their obstacle. It carried them forward, but it also resisted them. Every mile demanded effort. The keelboat was large and heavy. When the current became too strong, the men sometimes had to leave the boat and work from shore, pulling it forward with ropes. It was slow work. The men leaned into their harnesses, their boots pressed into mud and sand. The rope tightened, the boat moved. Then they repeated the process for hours. By evening, everyone was tired, and yet the day's journey was not finished until camp had been established. The expedition's routine was remarkably practical. There was little room for unnecessary movement. The men had to make decisions quickly. Where was the safest place to stop? Was the riverbank stable? Was there enough firewood? Could the animals graze nearby? Would rising water threaten the camp? Could the boats be secured? Was the area exposed to wind? These questions mattered. A beautiful campsite could still be a poor campsite. A quiet meadow might flood. A wooded area might contain too little open ground. A sandy bank might look comfortable but provide no protection from wind. The best locations were often simple places where several needs could be met at once. A river, a level bank, trees, grass, firewood, and enough space. This was the geography of survival. During the summer of 1804, the expedition traveled through the Great Plains region along the Missouri. The landscape often appeared enormous. To men accustomed to the settled portions of the United States, the openness could be difficult to comprehend. There were places where the horizon seemed to stretch without interruption. Tall grasses moved in the wind. Herds of animals could appear in the distance. Birds crossed the sky. The river cut a winding path through the plains. At night, the openness became even more noticeable. The darkness seemed larger because there were so few lights. A modern traveler standing in the same country might find it difficult to imagine. Today, highways cross the plains. Power lines follow roads. Towns glow at night. Farmhouses and ranches mark the landscape. But in 1804, the darkness was often nearly complete. The expedition's campfire became a tiny island of light. Everything outside it disappeared into shadow. And this darkness had its own sounds, the wind moving through grass, the river against the shore, insects humming near the fire, horses breathing, distant animals calling. Sometimes the men probably heard nothing at all, only the river. That silence was not empty, it was simply unfamiliar. The expedition was also learning that the Missouri River had many personalities. In some places it moved calmly. In others, it became difficult and unpredictable. Sandbars could force the boats into narrow channels. Fallen trees could create hazards. The riverbank could collapse. A bend that appeared simple from a distance could demand hours of work. Every turn brought another problem. Yet there were also moments of remarkable beauty. At sunrise, mist could hover above the water. The first light could touch the tops of cottonwood trees. Birds could rise from the riverbank. The grass could glow pale gold. For Lewis, these scenes were more than beautiful, they were information. He had been instructed to observe the country carefully. Plants mattered, animals mattered, rocks mattered, weather mattered, the shape of the land mattered. The expedition was not simply traveling through the West, it was documenting it. One of the most important scientific goals involved collecting specimens. Lewis carried instruments and made observations that were unusual for an expedition of this kind. He studied plants and animals. He described species unfamiliar to scientists in the eastern United States. He recorded measurements. He made notes about the geography. Some observations were written during the day. Others were recorded later, perhaps while sitting beside the evening fire. A campsite could therefore become a temporary scientific station. A plant collected during the afternoon might be examined at night. An animal observed during a hunt might be described in a journal. A strange geological feature could be discussed among the men. The campfire was not merely a source of warmth. It was part of the expedition's laboratory. But the expedition's most valuable sources of information were often people. As the Corps of Discovery moved through the region, it encountered native communities whose knowledge of the land was far greater than that of the explorers. The men were entering a continent that had already been mapped in memory. Native hunters knew where animals moved. Travelers knew river crossings. Communities knew seasonal routes. Trade networks connected distant regions. Different nations possessed knowledge of plants, water sources, terrain, weather, and neighboring peoples. The expedition depended on this knowledge. Diplomacy was therefore essential. Lewis and Clark carried gifts intended for meetings with native leaders. These included items such as medals, clothing, tools, and other trade goods. The famous peace medals were especially important symbols. They represented the authority of the United States and were presented during diplomatic encounters. The expedition's meetings with native nations varied greatly. Some were friendly, some were cautious. Some involved uncertainty on both sides. The explorers were representatives of a government expanding westward. The native nations they encountered were protecting their own communities, territories, economies, and political relationships. Neither side fully understood what the future would bring. For the expedition members, these meetings were part of exploration. For native communities, the arrival of the expedition could have much larger implications. This difference in perspective is important when looking back at the journey today. The Missouri River was not simply a wilderness route. It was a living political landscape, and the campsites were temporary points where different worlds sometimes met. One evening, the expedition might be surrounded by its own men and equipment. Another evening might include visitors from a nearby native community. There could be conversation, gifts, food, questions, observation. Sometimes the men would demonstrate firearms. Sometimes native visitors would examine unfamiliar objects. The campsite became a place of exchange. Then morning would come. The visitors would leave. The boats would continue. The fire would eventually disappear. The expedition's journals provide glimpses of these encounters, but they cannot tell us everything that people on both sides thought or felt. History is often like that. We have the words that were written down. We also have the silence around them. As the summer progressed, the expedition traveled farther into territory unfamiliar to most Americans. The men saw animals that were rare or unknown in the East. Bison became an increasingly important part of the landscape. The sight of large herds could be overwhelming. For the expedition, bison were also an important source of food. Hunting them required skill and caution. A successful hunt could provide meat for the group. But a failed hunt meant the expedition had to rely on stored provisions or other sources of food. The hunters therefore played an essential role. A man might leave camp early in the morning and return much later. The rest of the expedition waited. Sometimes the hunter returned with meat. Sometimes he returned empty-handed. The campsite changed depending on the result. With fresh meat, there was cooking. Without it, the men carefully managed their remaining supplies. Food was always part of the journey's calculation. The expedition had begun with provisions, but the farther west it traveled, the more it depended on hunting and gathering. The land became a pantry, but only for those who understood how to use it. Another challenge was weather. The Great Plains could change quickly. A calm afternoon might become a storm. Rain could turn the ground into mud. Thunder could roll across the open country. Strong winds could make an exposed campsite uncomfortable. The men had little shelter compared with modern travelers. Tent or simple shelter could protect them only so much. The river itself could become dangerous during storms. Yet after the storm passed, the landscape could become strangely peaceful. The grass would be wet. Water would collect in small pools. The air would smell of earth. The clouds would move away, and the evening light would return. The men would rebuild the fire, wet clothing would be hung to dry, equipment would be checked, and once again the expedition would settle into the night. The rhythm continued: travel, work, camp, sleep, travel again. It is easy to imagine the journey as a series of dramatic moments. A dangerous animal, a difficult river, a mountain crossing, a tense encounter, a discovery, and certainly those moments happened. But most of the expedition was not dramatic. Most of it was ordinary. Men walked, men rode, men cooked, men repaired things, men waited, men slept. They spent hours looking at the same river. They traveled through landscapes that changed slowly. They repeated tasks because repeated tasks were necessary. And that is part of what makes the expedition so interesting. Great historical journeys are often built from thousands of ordinary actions. A rope pulled tight, a canoe pushed into water, a fire lit at dusk, a journal opened, a blanket spread across grass, a rifle cleaned, a meal cooked, a horse watered, a campsite abandoned. Then another campsite created. One of the expedition's most famous members, William Clark, was responsible for many of the maps and geographical observations. Clark's maps would become valuable records of the journey. He was particularly attentive to rivers, mountains, and the shape of the land. Lewis and Clark often divided responsibilities according to their strengths. Lewis had strong interests in natural history and science. Clark was an experienced surveyor and mapmaker. Together, they created a record far more detailed than anything previously produced for much of the route. Their work depended on stopping. A moving boat was not always the best place to make careful observations. Evening provided time to organize information. The campsite became a place where the day's experiences could be turned into written records. The fire burned, the river moved, the men wrote. Perhaps the most remarkable thing about these journals is their mixture of precision and wonder. They recorded distances and directions, but they also described unusual animals, strange plants, beautiful landscapes, difficult weather, unexpected encounters. The expedition was constantly balancing practical work with curiosity. One night after another long day, the men might have looked toward the western horizon. The sky would have been filled with stars. There was no need for a map to show them how far away home was. They could feel the distance. Philadelphia, Washington, St. Louis, and the settled communities of the East were far behind. The farther they traveled, the more isolated they became, but they were not alone. The West was filled with people. The men would encounter traders, native communities, hunters, and travelers. They were moving through established networks that had existed long before the expedition. This becomes particularly important when considering the temporary nature of their campsites. The camps were temporary mainly because they were created for a single stage of the journey. They were not necessarily unknown to the people who already knew the country. A native hunter might have known the riverbank perfectly. A trader might have recognized a useful landing place. A local traveler might have crossed the same area many times. The expedition was often the newcomer. The land itself was ancient. By late summer, the men were beginning to understand the river better. They recognized certain trees. They became familiar with the behavior of the water. They learned which banks were easier to land on. They became more efficient at setting up camp. Experience was quietly accumulating. The men who had left Missouri months earlier were not the same travelers anymore. They had become river travelers. They had learned how to move with the expedition's strange floating world. They could prepare camp quickly. They could work through fatigue. They could sleep almost anywhere. And they had begun to understand that the journey would be longer and harder than many people back home could imagine. Ahead was the Great Falls of the Missouri. Beyond that lay the Rocky Mountains. Beyond the mountains lay the unknown country leading toward the Pacific. The men did not yet know exactly what awaited them, but they were moving toward it. For now, however, another evening was approaching. The sun lowered over the plains. The river became bronze beneath the fading light. The boats moved toward shore. Men stepped into shallow water. Ropes were carried up the bank. The day's equipment was unloaded. Someone gathered wood. Someone else prepared the cooking area. The horses were moved to a place where they could graze. The camp slowly took shape. Nothing about it looked permanent. There were no walls, no streets, no buildings, just people, animals, supplies, and fire. The men ate their evening meal. The conversation became quieter. The sky darkened. One by one, the stars appeared. The Missouri reflected almost none of the campfire's light. It simply continued moving. The men had spent another day traveling west. Tomorrow they would do it again. And for a few peaceful hours beneath the enormous American sky, the expedition rested. The fire became smaller, the voices faded, the horses grew still. The river remained awake. And somewhere beyond the darkness, far beyond the next bend, the mountains were waiting. The next morning arrived quietly. A pale light spread across the eastern sky, and the darkness above the Missouri River slowly began to fade. The men rose from their blankets, checked the boats, prepared food, and began another day of travel. There was something almost comforting about the repetition. Every morning brought the same basic tasks: wake, eat, pack, push away from shore, travel. And eventually, when the light began to disappear, find another place to rest. But the country around them was changing. The farther west the expedition traveled, the more the landscape began to feel different from the familiar world they had left behind. The Missouri River was becoming wider in some places and more complicated in others. Sandbars appeared unexpectedly. Islands divided the current. The riverbank rose and fell, sometimes covered with trees and sometimes opening into broad stretches of grassland. The men learned to read these changes. They watched the water, they watched the shoreline, they watched the clouds. They learned that the river could tell them something about what was coming. A sudden change in the current might indicate a shallow channel. A line of trees might reveal a creek. A high bank could offer a better place to camp. A low, muddy shore might be difficult to climb. Experience was turning the expedition members into careful observers. They were still strangers to much of the country, but they were becoming less helpless within it. And each evening gave them another opportunity to learn. One evening, the expedition stopped beside a quiet stretch of river where cottonwood trees grew near the water. The trees were tall and pale, their leaves moving softly in the evening breeze. The ground beneath them was relatively level. There was grass nearby, there was enough wood for a fire. The riverbank was high enough to provide some protection from rising water. It was a good campsite. The men pulled the boats close to shore. Ropes were secured, supplies were unloaded. The horses were led to grass. A fire was started. Then the camp became busy. Cooking was one of the first priorities. The expedition could not afford to waste food, but it also needed enough energy to continue traveling. Meals were simple by modern standards. Meat, corn, beans, bread, and other preserved foods formed part of the expedition's provisions. Fresh game could make a welcome difference. The hunters were therefore extremely important. Sometimes they returned with deer, sometimes with birds, sometimes with larger animals, and sometimes they returned with nothing. The men could not simply assume that dinner would appear. Every meal was part of the larger challenge of crossing the continent. After eating, the camp gradually became quieter. Some men repaired clothing, others checked weapons. The boats were inspected. The horses were watched. Lewis or Clark might sit with their journals. The expedition's scientific observations continued. During the journey, Lewis described plants that were unfamiliar to American science. He paid close attention to flowers, leaves, roots, seeds, and trees. He also observed animals. Some were familiar species, but others appeared unusual to men from the eastern United States. The expedition was effectively moving through a living museum. Every mile revealed something new. One of the most fascinating aspects of the journey was the enormous number of things the explorers had to notice at the same time. They needed to survive. They needed to navigate. They needed to record information. They needed to maintain relationships with native nations. They needed to preserve supplies. They needed to keep the men healthy. They needed to continue moving. The expedition was therefore not one single activity. It was dozens of activities happening together, and the campsite was where many of them came together. A temporary camp might contain the entire working world of the expedition: cooking, repair, science, navigation, conversation, rest, planning, sleep. Then, in the morning, it would disappear. The river would carry the expedition onward. This temporary nature is one reason the campsites are so fascinating today. There was little reason for the expedition members to think of them as historic locations. They were simply places where tired men stopped for the night. They had no idea that, more than 2 centuries later, people would study their journals and maps and try to identify where those evenings had taken place. For the men themselves, the important thing was not whether a campsite would be remembered. The important thing was whether it was safe. As the summer continued, the expedition began encountering more signs of the native nations who lived along the river. Trails crossed the landscape. Smoke could sometimes be seen in the distance. Hunters appeared. The explorers learned names of places and names of peoples. These encounters were reminders that the country was already deeply connected by human movement. The Missouri River was one of the great transportation routes of the interior. People had used its waters and banks for generations. Trade traveled along it. Information traveled along it. Stories traveled along it. The Lewis and Clark expedition was entering a world that was already interconnected. One of the most important meetings came with the Odos and Missourias near the present-day Nebraska-Iowa region. Lewis and Clark made efforts to establish peaceful relations. The meeting involved speeches, gifts, and ceremonial gestures. The explorers presented medals and other items intended to symbolize friendship and the authority of the United States. These meetings were important because the expedition needed cooperation. It was moving through territories where local knowledge was essential, but there was also a deeper political meaning. The United States was attempting to establish its presence in a vast region that it had only recently claimed through the Louisiana Purchase. The expedition therefore carried both scientific and political purposes. It explored, it mapped, it observed, and it represented a government extending its reach westward. The native leaders they met had their own political interests. They had their own relationships with neighboring nations. They had their own concerns about trade, territory, hunting grounds, and the future. The meetings could therefore be peaceful without being simple. Everyone had reasons to be cautious. And everyone was trying to understand the people standing across from them. At the campsite, these differences might become less visible for a few hours. Food could be shared, objects could be examined, stories could be exchanged, people could observe one another. But once the meeting ended, each group returned to its own world. The expedition continued west. The river remained the road. As the men traveled deeper into the Great Plains, they began to encounter vast numbers of animals. The prairie seemed to move. Bison could appear in distant herds. Antelope moved quickly across open ground. Deer were found near wooded areas and river bottoms. Birds filled the sky. For the hunters, this was a world of opportunity. For the scientists, it was a world of discovery. For the expedition as a whole, it was also a reminder that food could come from the land if the men knew how to obtain it. The sight of bison was especially impressive. A large herd could contain hundreds or even thousands of animals. From a distance, it might appear like a dark moving cloud across the grass. When the herd approached, the sound could become overwhelming. Hooves struck the ground, dust rose, animals moved around one another. The men had to be careful. A wounded bison could be extremely dangerous. Hunting required patience and skill. The expedition's hunters became some of its most important members. A successful hunt could supply the entire group with fresh meat. The animal could also provide other useful materials. Hide could be used for clothing or equipment. Fat could be useful. Bones could have practical purposes. Nothing was wasted if it could be avoided. The relationship between the expedition and the animals was therefore practical rather than romantic. These animals were part of the expedition's survival. At night, after a successful hunt, the smell of cooking meat might fill the campsite. The men would eat more comfortably. Their energy would return. Conversation might become livelier. For a moment, the enormous journey might feel almost easy. But the next morning, the river would remind them how much remained. They still had hundreds of miles ahead. The mountains were still far away. The Pacific Ocean was only an idea. Home was becoming more distant with every day. The expedition's journals also reveal the changing seasons. Summer warmth eventually gave way to cooler evenings. The days gradually became shorter. The men were moving toward a winter that would be far more difficult than anything they had experienced. But before that winter arrived, they had another important obstacle ahead: the Great Falls of the Missouri. The men had heard about the falls before reaching them. Native guides and traders had described the region. The explorers knew they were approaching a major interruption in the river, but descriptions could not fully prepare them for what they would see. The Great Falls were not simply a waterfall. They were a series of falls and rapids stretching across a long section of the Missouri River. For the expedition, this meant that the boats could not simply continue upstream. The river itself became impassable. The men would have to carry their supplies and equipment overland. This was one of the most difficult sections of the entire journey. But before they reached the falls, there were still more quiet nights beside the river. One evening, the expedition stopped beneath a broad sky. The sunset was fading. The grass around camp moved gently in the wind. The river reflected the last traces of light. The men were tired, but the evening was peaceful. Lewis worked on his journal. Clark studied his notes and maps. Someone repaired a piece of clothing. Someone cleaned a weapon. A few men talked quietly. The horses grazed nearby. There was no dramatic event, no great discovery, just another evening. Yet these quiet evenings were slowly carrying the expedition toward the greatest challenges of the journey. The men did not know exactly what the future held. They knew mountains were ahead. They knew the river would eventually become difficult. They knew they would need to find a route across the continent. But the details were still hidden. That uncertainty must have been strange. Imagine knowing that somewhere ahead was an enormous mountain range, but not knowing exactly how difficult it would be to cross. Imagine knowing that a route to the Pacific existed, but not knowing whether the river systems would actually connect in the way you hoped. Imagine looking west across the prairie and realizing that the horizon concealed an entire world. The expedition continued anyway. That was the nature of the journey. The unknown was not a reason to stop. It was the reason they had been sent. The night became darker, the fire burned lower. The men settled beneath blankets. Above them, the stars stretched across the sky. The Missouri moved quietly beside the camp. Somewhere in the distance, a night bird called. The horses shifted once and became still. For a few hours, the expedition rested. Then morning would come, and the men would move farther west, toward the falls, toward the mountains, toward the hidden country beyond them. By the time the expedition moved farther up the Missouri, the character of the river had begun to change. The men had become accustomed to its bends, its sandbars, its muddy banks, and its endless current. They knew how to secure the boats at night and how to choose a place where the horses could rest. But ahead of them was a part of the journey that would require a different kind of patience. The Great Falls were approaching. For weeks, the men had heard about them. Native people had described the falls. Traders had spoken about the difficulty of the region. The expedition's leaders understood that the river would eventually force them to leave the boats and travel overland. Still, there was something different about hearing about a place and actually seeing it. As the expedition moved west, the sound of falling water gradually became more important. At first, the men could not be sure what they were hearing. Then the landscape began to change. The river became rougher. The water moved more quickly. The surrounding terrain began to rise, and eventually the sound became unmistakable. The Missouri was approaching one of the greatest obstacles of the entire expedition. When Lewis finally reached the Great Falls in June 1805, he was astonished by what he saw. The river dropped dramatically through a series of falls and rapids. Water crashed over rock. Mist rose into the air. The sound was enormous. For men who had spent a year following the Missouri upstream, the sight must have been both beautiful and discouraging. The river that had carried them so far could no longer carry them forward. The boats would have to be left behind temporarily. The supplies would have to be transported overland. The expedition would have to walk. This changed everything. For the previous year, the Missouri had been their road. Now the land itself became the road. The men began preparing for the portage. They needed to move heavy equipment around the falls. The distance was several miles and the terrain was difficult. They had to carry boats. They had to transport food. They had to protect delicate scientific instruments. They had to move weapons, ammunition, tools, clothing, and other supplies. The work was exhausting. A campsite that had once been a simple place beside the river now had to become a staging area for a massive overland operation. The men worked through the heat. The prairie offered little relief. The sun could become intense. The ground could be rough. Insects were abundant. The weight of the equipment made every step harder. Yet the expedition had little choice. They had to continue. Lewis spent considerable time examining the falls and surrounding country. He recorded observations about the river and landscape. For him, even this difficult obstacle was an opportunity to understand the country. The expedition had reached a place where geography itself controlled the journey. The falls demonstrated something that maps could not fully communicate. The land had its own rules. A river could look like a continuous route on paper. But on the ground, waterfalls, rapids, cliffs, and mountains could make that route impossible. The men learned this lesson repeatedly. The American West could not be conquered by drawing a straight line across a map. Every mile had to be negotiated with the land. As the portage continued, the expedition's temporary camps became more complicated. Men needed places to rest along the route. Equipment had to be left in safe locations. The boats had to be moved carefully. The camp was no longer simply a place to sleep. It became part of a large transportation operation. There were moments when the men likely longed for the simplicity of their earlier river camps, a quiet bank, a small fire, a simple meal, then sleep. Now every stop involved heavy work. Yet eventually the boats and supplies were moved beyond the falls. The expedition returned to the Missouri. The river once again became their path, but the men were entering a different world. The landscape farther west began to reveal signs of the Rocky Mountains. At first, the mountains were distant. They appeared on the horizon like faint shapes. The explorers had been searching for them. Now they were becoming real. The men had expected mountains, but they did not know how large or difficult they would be. The Rocky Mountains would become one of the greatest tests of the expedition. Before reaching them, however, the men continued through country that was unfamiliar but increasingly beautiful. The river narrowed. The landscape became more varied. Rock formations appeared. The plains gradually gave way to more rugged terrain. The expedition's days continued according to the same rhythm: travel in the morning, work through the afternoon, camp in the evening. But the nature of the camps began to change. The open plains had allowed the men to camp in broad areas. Now trees, hills, and rocky ground influenced where they could stop. A good campsite became harder to find. The men had to think more carefully. A flat area might be too exposed. A sheltered location might have no good access to water. A riverbank might be steep. A wooded area might provide firewood but little room for animals. The geography became increasingly important, and so the expedition learned to become flexible. Sometimes they camped on small islands, sometimes beside streams, sometimes beneath trees, sometimes on open ground. The exact location mattered less than the ability to meet the basic needs of the group: food, water, shelter, safety. Rest one evening. As the expedition approached the mountains, the men stopped near a quiet stretch of river. The sun was setting behind distant hills. The sky slowly turned pale gold. The men could see the mountains in the distance. For the first time, the western horizon was no longer simply an endless prairie. It had a shape. It had height. It had depth. The mountains were waiting. Lewis and Clark knew that the hardest part of the journey might be approaching. But there was another challenge they could not yet fully understand. The Missouri did not simply lead them directly through the mountains. They would need to find the right river route. They had been hopping for a relatively easy connection between the Missouri and the Columbia River system. Instead, the mountains would force them to make difficult decisions. Their maps were incomplete. Their information came from native travelers and earlier reports. Some information was accurate, some was uncertain. And some of what they had expected to find did not exist in the way they had imagined. This was one of the fundamental problems of exploration. A map could show a river, it could show mountains, it could show a general direction, but it could not tell you exactly what the ground felt like beneath your feet. It could not tell you how steep a trail would be. It could not tell you how cold the wind would become at high elevations. It could not tell you how difficult it would be to move a loaded canoe. The expedition had to discover those things for itself. As they continued west, the men encountered more native people. Among the most important relationships would be those with the Shoshone. The expedition desperately needed horses for the mountain crossing. Without horses, transporting their equipment through the Rockies would be extremely difficult. The Shoshone possessed horses and knowledge of the mountain country. This made communication essential. And this was where Sacagawea would become particularly important. By the time the expedition reached the Shoshone country, Sacagawea was traveling with her husband, Toussaint Charbonneau, and their young son, Jean-Baptiste. Her presence was unusual in the expedition. She was a young native woman traveling with a baby, yet her presence also became a powerful symbol during encounters with other native communities. When the expedition encountered Shoshone people, Sacagawea recognized that the people they were meeting were connected to her own homeland and family. The encounter was deeply significant. The expedition needed horses. The Shoshone needed to understand who these strangers were, and Sacagawea could help bridge the gap. This was not simply a story of one person translating words. Communication involved relationships, gestures, cultural understanding, and trust. The expedition depended on all of them. The mountains were no longer only a geographical challenge. They were also a human challenge. The explorers could not cross them alone. They needed help from people who already knew the region. Eventually, the expedition obtained horses. This changed the journey. Supplies could now be carried overland. Equipment could be distributed. The men could prepare for the mountain crossing. But the mountains were still ahead. And as evening approached, the expedition would again stop somewhere beside a river or stream. The camp would be small. The fire would be warm. The mountains would be visible in the distance. The men might look toward them and wonder what the next day would bring. The river beside them would be familiar. The mountains ahead were not. Night settled over the camp. The temperature dropped. The fire became the center of everything. Men gathered close. The horses rested nearby. The baby Jean-Baptiste slept with his mother. Lewis and Clark worked with their notes. The journals continued. Outside the circle of firelight, the mountains disappeared into darkness, but everyone knew they were there. The expedition had spent more than a year following the Missouri River. The river had carried them farther west than most Americans of their time had ever traveled. But now the river could no longer do all the work. The men would have to walk into the mountains. The easy part of the river journey was ending. The hardest part was beginning. Still, for this one night, nothing had to be solved. The men could rest. The fire could burn. The horses could graze. The river could move quietly through the darkness. And beneath the vast western sky, the expedition slept beside another temporary campsite. In the morning, they would leave it behind, as always. The morning came colder than the men had expected. The mountains were now close enough to make the air feel different. The broad plains behind them seemed like another world, even though they had only recently left them. The expedition prepared carefully. The horses were loaded, the supplies were divided, weapons were checked, the boats were secured. Every object had to be accounted for. There was little room for carelessness now. The journey through the mountains would be different from everything that had come before. For months, the Missouri River had provided a clear direction: follow the water west. Now there was no simple river road. The men had to rely on trails, information from native people, and their own judgment. They moved slowly into the Rocky Mountains. The landscape became steeper, trees covered the slopes, rocks appeared beneath their feet, the air became cooler. The trails were sometimes narrow. The horses struggled under their loads. The men had to walk carefully. For the first time in many months, the expedition was traveling through a landscape where even a short distance could require enormous effort. A campsite in the mountains was different from a campsite on the prairie. There was less flat ground. Firewood could be easier to find, but the temperature could fall quickly after sunset. Streams provided water, but they could be cold and difficult to cross. The men had to choose locations carefully. A small flat area beside a stream might become their entire world for one night. They would unload the horses, gather wood, prepare food, dry clothing, check equipment, then sleep. The mountains surrounded them. There was no wide horizon. Instead, there were slopes, ridges, trees, and distant peaks. The men were becoming increasingly dependent on their native guides and on the knowledge of people who had traveled these mountains for generations. The expedition was no longer simply exploring. It was following paths that already existed. Those paths had been created by native peoples through repeated travel. They connected valleys, rivers, hunting grounds, and communities. To the expedition members, the trails were a vital guide. Without them, the mountains would have been even more difficult to cross. One of the most remarkable things about the journey was how much information had to be gathered through conversation. A native guide could describe the next river. A hunter could explain where horses could be found. Someone familiar with the mountains could warn travelers about difficult terrain. The expedition's survival depended on listening. The men eventually reached the Bitterroot Mountains. These mountains presented an extraordinary challenge. The trail climbed higher. The weather became colder. Food became more difficult to find. The landscape was rugged. The horses became tired. The men themselves were exhausted. The expedition had expected difficulty, but reality was harsher. The mountains seemed to stretch endlessly. The men moved from one difficult section to another. Their supplies became increasingly important. They could not afford to lose food. They could not afford to lose weapons. They could not afford to lose the scientific instruments Lewis had carried so carefully. Every object represented weight. Every pound mattered. And yet every object had a purpose. The men walked. The horses carried what they could. The trail climbed, then it descended, then it climbed again. The journey became almost repetitive in its difficulty, but the evenings offered brief moments of peace. When the men finally stopped, they built fires. Sometimes the fire was small because dry wood was difficult to find. Sometimes they had enough wood to make a warm camp. They cooked what food they had. They checked the horses. They rested. The sound of a mountain stream might replace the familiar Missouri. Instead of a wide river flowing beside them, there might be only a narrow creek moving over stones. The sound was softer, almost musical. At night, the stars seemed closer. The men were surrounded by mountains and forests. The sky appeared through gaps in the trees. For a few hours, the exhaustion of the day could be forgotten. Then morning returned. One of the greatest difficulties was food. In the mountains, the hunters did not always find enough game. The men were forced to depend more heavily on whatever food they carried. Their diet became increasingly limited. The expedition members had to endure hunger as well as fatigue. Lewis later described some of the hardships of this period. The men were not simply tired. They were physically weakened, their clothing suffered, their shoes wore out, the horses struggled. The weather became more severe, yet the expedition continued. There was no easy way back. Behind them lay the mountains they had already crossed. Ahead was the western side of the continent. The men had to keep moving. Eventually, the expedition crossed the Continental Divide. This was one of the most important geographical moments of the journey. The men had reached the point where water flowing west would eventually enter the Pacific drainage rather than the Missouri and Mississippi systems. The change was more symbolic than dramatic. There was no giant sign announcing the boundary, no modern road, no marker, just mountains, trees, rocks, and streams. Yet the geographical meaning was enormous. They had crossed from one side of the continent to another. They had entered the drainage system that would carry them toward the Pacific Ocean. For men who had traveled so far, this must have been an extraordinary realization. But the journey was not over. In some ways, it was only beginning again. They still needed to descend through the mountains. They still needed to find navigable rivers. They still needed food. They still needed to reach the Pacific. And they had to do all of this while carrying their equipment through difficult country. The expedition eventually reached the Clearwater River. The landscape began to open. The men were able to build canoes. This was another major turning point. The river once again became their road. They had left the Missouri behind. Now the Clearwater, Snake, and Columbia River systems would carry them west. Building the canoes required time and skill. The men selected suitable trees. They cut them down. They shaped the trunks. They hollowed them. They constructed vessels capable of carrying people and supplies through western rivers. Once again, the expedition had to become boatmen. Change from mountain travel back to river travel must have been welcome. The men could sit instead of constantly walking. Supplies could be transported by water. The current would carry them downstream. But western rivers had their own dangers, rapids, rocks, strong currents, unknown channels. The men had to learn the character of these rivers just as they had learned the Missouri. As they moved down the Clearwater, they encountered Nez Perce people. The Nez Perce had extensive knowledge of the region. They understood the rivers. They knew the trails. They knew where food could be found. They also helped the expedition at a moment when the explorers were struggling. The relationship between the expedition and native peoples was becoming increasingly important. Without this assistance, the journey could have been far more difficult. The men rested among the Nez Perce for a time. Their horses were cared for. Food was obtained. The explorers prepared to continue. The campsite became a place of recovery. After weeks of mountain hardship, even a simple meal and a warm fire could feel luxurious. The men had traveled thousands of miles. They had crossed the Great Plains. They had climbed the Rocky Mountains. They had crossed the Continental Divide. They had descended into another river system. And yet the Pacific was still ahead. The expedition continued downstream. The landscape changed again. The rivers became larger. The surrounding country became greener. The men began seeing signs that the climate was different. Vegetation became more abundant. The air felt moist. They were moving toward the Pacific Northwest. The Columbia River would eventually become the final great river of their westward journey. But before reaching the ocean, there would be many more camps, some beside narrow streams, some along broad riverbanks, some on islands, some beneath towering trees. Each night, the men repeated the same ritual: secure the boats, gather food, make a fire, prepare camp, write, rest. The journey had become a moving chain of temporary homes. And now the camps were beginning to feel different. The Missouri had been a river of departure. The western rivers were rivers of arrival. Every mile downstream brought them closer to the Pacific. One evening, the expedition stopped along the Clearwater. The sun disappeared behind the mountains. The river moved gently past the campsite. The trees were dark against the evening sky. A fire burned near the boats. The men ate quietly. They had become accustomed to the sound of rivers. They no longer needed to wonder what lay around every bend. They still had much to learn, but they had developed confidence. The men who had once struggled to understand the Missouri now knew how to travel through unfamiliar country. They had become experienced explorers. Lewis and Clark continued recording observations. The journals grew longer. The maps became more detailed. The collection of plants, animals, and other specimens expanded. The expedition was creating a record of an enormous section of North America. But the record was being created one day at a time, one campsite at a time, one river at a time. And the Pacific was getting closer. The next morning, they would push their canoes into the river. The current would carry them farther west. Beyond the next bend was another river. Beyond that, another campsite. And somewhere ahead, hidden beyond forests and mountains, was the ocean they had been seeking since the beginning. The river carried the expedition farther west. After the exhausting months in the mountains, traveling downstream felt almost effortless by comparison. The men no longer had to drag heavy loads over steep trails. Their canoes moved with the current, and every bend seemed to bring them closer to the Pacific. But the western rivers demanded their own kind of attention. The Clearwater eventually led them toward the Snake River, and the Snake carried them onward toward the Columbia. The country around them was changing again. The rivers were broader, the forests became thicker. The mountains appeared in the distance and sometimes rose directly beside the water. The men saw landscapes unlike anything they had known in the eastern United States. Tall evergreen trees covered the slopes, mist gathered in the valleys. The air was cooler and wetter. The river moved quickly through narrow passages. At times, the men could hear rapids before they could see them. The sound of rushing water became a warning. They would slow the canoes. Everyone paid attention. A mistake could damage a canoe or send supplies into the river. The expedition had learned to respect water. The Missouri had taught them that lesson. The western rivers reinforced it. Still, the current was helping them. For months, every mile west had required effort. Now the river itself was carrying them toward their destination. At night, the campsites were often quieter than those along the Missouri. The landscape seemed more enclosed. Instead of an enormous prairie stretching to the horizon, there were forests and mountains. The firelight illuminated only a small area. Beyond it were trees, darkness, and the sound of flowing water. The men had become accustomed to sleeping beside rivers. The sound of water had become part of their lives. Somewhere during these nights, the expedition must have developed a strange sense of familiarity with temporary places. They would arrive, build a fire, prepare food, settle down, sleep, then leave everything behind. The campsite existed only for the time the expedition needed it. There were no houses, no fences, no permanent possessions left behind. The men carried their world with them. Even their journals moved from camp to camp. Their maps moved with them. Their scientific specimens moved with them. Their weapons, clothing, tools, and food moved with them. The expedition was essentially a traveling community. And the farther west it went, the more dependent that community became on the people it encountered. The expedition met native communities along the rivers. Some encounters were peaceful, others were cautious. The explorers needed to communicate clearly. They were strangers in a region where local people already understood the geography, river conditions, and seasonal patterns. The native peoples of the Northwest had developed sophisticated systems of fishing, trade, transportation, and social organization. The expedition was not entering an empty wilderness. It was entering another established world. The Columbia River was particularly important. It had been used by native peoples for generations. The river connected different communities and provided access to fish, especially salmon. For the expedition members, the abundance of salmon was striking. After months of difficult hunting and limited food in the mountains, the availability of fish was extremely important. Salmon became a major part of their diet. The river was providing what the mountains had not: food, transportation, a route west. The expedition could now move more confidently. Still, there were dangerous stretches. The Columbia contained rapids and difficult passages. The men had to watch the river carefully. Canoes were sometimes carried around dangerous sections. Supplies had to be protected. The journey was not yet safe. One of the most remarkable things about this portion of the expedition is how quickly the environment changed. Only a few months earlier, the men had been struggling through snow and rocky mountain trails. Now they were traveling through a damp, forested landscape. The difference must have been extraordinary. The men could see moss, dense vegetation, huge trees, and unfamiliar plants. The air itself felt different. The expedition was approaching the Pacific. Eventually, in November 1805, they reached a place near the mouth of the Columbia River. The ocean was close, but they still had to decide where to spend the winter. The weather was becoming increasingly severe. Rain was common. The river and ocean winds were cold. The men needed a protected place where they could build a permanent winter camp. They selected a site on the south side of the Columbia River, near present-day Astoria, Oregon. They called it Fort Clatsop. Compared with the temporary campsites of the journey, Fort Clatsop was different. This time, the expedition would stay for months. The men built structures from logs. They created a more organized camp. There were sleeping areas, storage spaces, work areas, a place for cooking. A defensive structure was not necessarily the primary concern, but the fort provided shelter from the harsh winter weather. The name came from the Clatsop people, whose homeland was in the region. The winter at Fort Clatsop was wet, very wet. The men spent much of their time dealing with rain. Clothing became damp. Wood could be difficult to keep dry. The ground became muddy. The men hunted when they could. They also relied heavily on local resources. Expedition had finally reached the Pacific, but this did not mean the journey was finished. In some ways, the winter gave the men their first chance to stop moving. For more than a year, their lives had been defined by travel. Now they remained in one place. This must have felt strange. The river still moved, the ocean still moved, the weather still changed. But the expedition itself stayed put. The men repaired clothing, maintained weapons, recorded information, hunted, prepared food, made plans for the return journey. They also interacted with native communities in the area. The Clatsop and neighboring peoples possessed knowledge of the region that the expedition needed. They understood local food sources. They knew the waterways, they knew the weather, they knew where animals could be found. The explorers exchanged goods and information with local people. Again, the expedition's survival depended partly on relationships. During the winter, the men also had time to reflect. They had traveled an enormous distance. They had crossed the continent. They had seen the Great Plains, the Great Falls, the Rocky Mountains, the Continental Divide, the Western Rivers, and finally the Pacific Ocean. The goal that had once seemed almost impossible had been reached, but there was still the return journey. And the return would not simply repeat the westward trip. The expedition now knew more about the country. They had maps, they had experience. They knew where the mountains were. They knew where rivers could be used. They knew where native communities lived. They had learned the geography through direct experience, but they were still facing thousands of miles. The winter passed slowly, rain fell. The fort remained muddy. The men grew tired of the weather, yet the months gave them time to recover. When spring finally arrived, the expedition prepared to leave. The Pacific remained behind them. The Missouri was waiting far to the east. Home was waiting beyond that. On March 23, 1806, the expedition left Fort Clatsop. The return journey began. Once again, the men loaded their boats. Once again, they moved upriver. But now they were not traveling into complete uncertainty. They knew some of what lay ahead. The Columbia would take them back toward the interior. The mountains would have to be crossed again. The Great Plains would appear again. Eventually, the Missouri would carry them toward the Mississippi. And finally, they would return to the United States. but the journey back would contain its own difficulties. The expedition split into smaller groups for portions of the return journey. Lewis and Clark wanted to explore more territory. They hoped to gather additional information before returning. The men were no longer simply following the same route. They were mapping new areas. Lewis traveled with a smaller group toward the Marias River. Clark took another route. This separation increased the risks. A small group had fewer people to rely on. The wilderness was still dangerous. The men had to make decisions independently, yet they had gained confidence. They knew how to travel, they knew how to camp, they knew how to hunt, they knew how to read the landscape. The temporary campsite once again became central to their lives. But now the camps were often created with the knowledge gained from the westward journey. A good place near water, a protected area, a location with firewood, a place where horses could graze. The men had learned the importance of these details. After everything they had experienced, a simple campsite could feel almost luxurious. A dry patch of ground, a warm fire, a quiet stream, enough food. A safe place to sleep, that was enough. The return journey also revealed something important about exploration. The greatest discoveries are not always dramatic. Sometimes the most valuable knowledge comes from repeated observation. A river bend, a mountain pass, a plant, a trail, a campsite, a seasonal change, a conversation with a local person. Each detail added to the expedition's understanding of the continent. The men were building a geographical memory of the West. And that memory would eventually become part of the larger history of the United States. As spring turned towards summer, the expedition moved eastward. The mountains slowly disappeared behind them. The plains opened again. The familiar Missouri River eventually returned. For the men, seeing the Missouri again must have been deeply meaningful. It was the river that had carried them away from home. Now it was carrying them back. They had changed. The country had changed in their understanding. The same river that once seemed enormous and mysterious was now familiar. They knew its bends, they knew its hazards, they knew where camps could be made. They had traveled so far that even the river itself had become part of their memory. And every evening as the expedition stopped beside the water, the old rhythm returned. Boats pulled to shore, firewood gathered, food prepared, horses settled, journals opened, the men rested. But now the direction was east. The long journey home had begun. The Missouri River carried them steadily toward home. For the first time in many months, the men were traveling through country that felt familiar. They had seen these riverbanks before. They recognized certain bends. They remembered places where they had camped during the journey west. But memory had changed the meaning of the landscape. A place that had once been only another stretch of river now carried a story. Here, someone had been sick. There, a boat had nearly run aground. Farther along, they had met native people. At another bend, they had spent a cold and uncomfortable night. The river had become a kind of diary. Every mile contained a memory. The return journey was not easy, but it was different. The men were experienced. They understood the rhythm of travel. They knew how to establish a campsite quickly. They knew how to protect their supplies. They knew how to handle the boats. They had learned to read the weather. Most importantly, they knew what they were heading toward, home. The feeling of returning must have grown stronger with every day. Yet the expedition was not simply rushing east. Lewis and Clark still had work to do. They wanted to gather as much information as possible. They had already crossed the continent once. Now they were seeing parts of it from a new perspective. They studied rivers. They observed animals. They recorded plants. They continued mapping. The journey that had begun as an expedition into the unknown had become a moving scientific survey. Even the ordinary campsites were useful. At night, the men could compare their observations. They could calculate distances. They could update maps. They could organize specimens. They could discuss what they had seen. The journals became increasingly valuable. Months of observations had accumulated. Some entries were brief, others were detailed. Together, they created a record of the expedition that would become one of the most important documents of early American exploration. But the men did not yet know how important their journals would become. For them, the journals were simply part of the work, a responsibility, a record, something that had to be done before sleep. One evening, the expedition stopped along a familiar stretch of the Missouri. The sun was low, the river was calm. A soft breeze moved through the trees. The men built their fire. The horses grazed nearby. It was an ordinary evening, but the landscape around them was no longer ordinary. They had crossed this region before. Now they knew what lay beyond it: the mountains, the Pacific, the western rivers, the enormous distances, the difficult trails, the winter rain, the long nights. The men sitting around the fire were not the same men who had left Missouri in 1804. They had become experienced travelers. Some had suffered injuries. Some had become stronger. Some had developed new skills. They had formed relationships that could never have existed under ordinary circumstances. They had depended on one another. They had argued, they had worked together. They had endured hunger, cold, heat, exhaustion, and uncertainty. And now they were almost home. The expedition also carried objects from the West: plants, animal specimens, maps, notes, artifacts, information about native nations, descriptions of rivers and mountains, the material evidence of a journey that had covered thousands of miles. These things would help Americans understand the geography of the continent. But perhaps the most important thing they carried was knowledge: knowledge of the land, knowledge of rivers, knowledge of routes, knowledge of resources, knowledge of native communities, knowledge of the vast distance between the settled United States and the Pacific coast. The expedition had changed American understanding of the West. Still, the men had to finish the journey. As the summer progressed, they moved closer to the Mississippi. The landscape became increasingly familiar. They were entering areas that had stronger connections to American settlements. The feeling of isolation began to weaken. There were more signs of human activity, more travelers, more trade, more familiar roads and settlements. After more than 2 years of travel, the world they had left behind was beginning to return. For some members of the expedition, this must have been deeply emotional. They had been away since 1804. Family members had been waiting. Friends had been waiting. People in government had been waiting for news. The country itself had changed during their absence. But the men were returning with an extraordinary story. They had reached the Pacific. They had crossed the continent. They had gathered scientific information. They had created maps. They had survived. The expedition's final days were filled with the same ordinary tasks that had defined its beginning. Camps were established. Meals were prepared. Boats were secured. Journals were written. The difference was that the destination was no longer unknown. They knew they were almost there. On September 23, 1806, the Corps of Discovery reached St. Louis. The expedition had returned. The journey was over. More than 2 years after leaving, the men had finally come back. People gathered to see them. News of their arrival spread quickly. They had been gone for so long that their return was almost unbelievable. The expedition had crossed the continent and returned alive. For the young United States, the journey became a major event. Lewis and Clark were celebrated. The journals and maps were examined. The discoveries were discussed. The information they brought back would influence American knowledge of the West for generations. But there is another way to understand the expedition, not as a collection of famous moments, not simply as a story of 2 explorers, but as a long sequence of ordinary nights. The journey was made possible by the camps. Every day had to end somewhere. The men needed a place to rest. They needed fire. They needed water. They needed food. They needed a little safety. And then they needed to begin again. The camps were temporary, but they were essential. Without them, the journey could not continue. Some camps lasted only 1 night. Some lasted several days. Fort Clatsop lasted an entire winter. Others have disappeared beneath changing riverbanks and modern landscapes. Some can be identified from the journals. Others remain uncertain. A campsite might have been nothing more than a patch of grass beside a river. There may have been a small fire, a few blankets, some equipment, a boat pulled onto shore, and men sleeping under the stars. Then morning came. The fire disappeared. The men packed their belongings. The boats returned to the water, and the place became ordinary again. That temporary quality is part of what makes these camps so fascinating. They were moments rather than monuments. The expedition moved continuously through a changing landscape. The camps appeared and vanished behind it today. When we imagine the Lewis and Clark expedition, we often think of mountains, rivers, maps, canoes, and famous discoveries, but most of the journey was quieter. It was the sound of paddles entering water, the smell of wood smoke, the rustling of grass, the creaking of leather, the soft movement of horses, the turning pages of a journal, the steady sound of a river passing beside a sleeping camp. It was also the sound of tired men breathing after another long day. The expedition was an enormous achievement, but it was achieved through ordinary endurance. There were no modern engines, no paved roads, no radios, no GPS, no weather forecasts, no emergency services. The men had only the equipment they carried, the knowledge they possessed, and the knowledge they gathered from the people they encountered. They had to depend on observation, patience, experience, and each other. Their success was therefore not simply the result of courage. It was the result of thousands of careful decisions: where to stop, where to cross, when to travel, when to wait, what to eat, what to carry, what to leave behind, who to trust, how to communicate, how to continue. And every night, the campsite gave them a chance to pause and prepare for another day. In the quietest sense, the expedition was a journey between campsites, one fire to another, one riverbank to another, one night to another. The great historical achievement was built from those small moments. Long after the men returned to St. Louis, the places where they had slept began to fade from living memory. Rivers changed course, trees grew, prairie became farmland, towns expanded, roads crossed the old landscape. Some campsites became impossible to identify with certainty. But the journals preserved fragments: a date, a river bend, a description of trees, a note about weather, a distance traveled, a nearby landmark. These details allow historians to reconstruct portions of the expedition's route. The campsite itself may be gone, but the written memory remains. And that is perhaps the most peaceful way to think about the journey. Imagine one of those forgotten campsites on a quiet evening. There is no monument, no crowd, no dramatic music. Just a river moving slowly through the landscape. The grass bends in the wind. The trees make a soft sound. The sun disappears. A few centuries ago, men stood there. They built a fire. They prepared their meal. They talked about the next day's journey. Someone wrote in a journal. Someone repaired a piece of clothing. Someone watched the horses. Eventually, everyone slept. By morning, they were gone. The fire was cold. The boats had disappeared around the bend. The campsite was empty. But for one night, it had been home. And there were hundreds of nights like that. Hundreds of small pauses scattered across one of the greatest journeys in American history. The expedition began with uncertainty. It ended with knowledge. The men had gone west wondering what they would find. They returned carrying maps, observations, specimens, stories, and memories. But perhaps the quietest legacy of the expedition lies in those temporary camps. They remind us that history is not made only in grand halls, famous battles, or dramatic discoveries. Sometimes history happens beside a river at sunset. Sometimes it happens around a small fire. Sometimes it happens while tired travelers sit quietly beneath a sky full of stars. And sometimes the most remarkable journey is simply the journey from one peaceful night to the next. The Missouri continues to flow. The mountains remain. The rivers still move toward the sea. The forests grow. The plains stretch beneath the sky. And somewhere within that enormous landscape, the memory of those temporary camps remains, not always as a visible place, not always as a monument, but as a quiet trace in the written record, a reminder of the men who traveled west, crossed the continent, reached the Pacific, and eventually came home. Their camps were temporary. Their journey was not. And their story continues to rest quietly within the landscape of the American West. Long after the expedition had returned, the American West continued to change. The rivers remained, but the world around them slowly became different. Trails became roads, trading posts became towns, small settlements grew into communities. Fields appeared where tall prairie grasses had once moved freely in the wind. Later came railroads, telegraph lines, highways, bridges, and cities. The landscape through which Lewis and Clark had traveled became increasingly connected to the rest of the country. Yet the rivers still remembered the older world. The Missouri still followed its long course. The Columbia still carried water toward the Pacific. The mountains remained where they had always been. And the places where the expedition had stopped for the night continued to exist, even when nobody could see them. A campsite does not need a building to be important. For the expedition, A campsite was valuable because it provided a pause. It was a place between yesterday and tomorrow. Behind the men was the distance they had already traveled. Ahead was the distance they still had to cover. The fire in the middle represented a brief moment when neither mattered. There was only the present evening. This may be one reason the campsites are so fascinating when we look back at the expedition today. The famous moments are easy to remember: the Great Falls, the Rocky Mountains, the Continental Divide, the Pacific Ocean. But the quieter moments tell us what the journey actually felt like. Imagine arriving at a riverbank after walking all day. Your clothes are dusty, your boots are worn, your shoulders hurt from carrying equipment. You have been traveling since early morning. There is still work to do. You cannot simply lie down. The horses must be cared for, the equipment must be secured, a fire must be made, food must be prepared. Then finally, there is a moment when the work is finished. You sit beside the fire. The river is only a few steps away. The light fades, the temperature drops. And for the first time all day, nobody needs to move. That moment probably happened hundreds of times during the expedition. Sometimes under clear skies, sometimes in rain, sometimes in cold, sometimes in intense summer heat, sometimes beside a wide river, sometimes beside a narrow mountain stream, sometimes in open prairie, sometimes beneath thick trees. The scenery changed. The routine remained. This rhythm may have helped the expedition survive the psychological demands of the journey. A trip across an entire continent could seem impossible if viewed as one enormous task. But the men did not have to cross the whole continent every day. They only had to travel until evening. Then they stopped, they rested. And the next morning they traveled again. One day became another. One campsite became another. One river became another. Eventually, thousands of miles had disappeared behind them. This is one of the quiet lessons hidden inside the expedition. Great journeys are often completed through small, repeated actions. The men did not know exactly how many nights they would spend away from home. They could not imagine every challenge that awaited them. But they could build a fire tonight. They could cross the river tomorrow. They could find food the next day. They could continue. That was enough. The journals of Lewis and Clark preserve many details of this process. The writing sometimes becomes very practical. A certain distance traveled, a particular animal observed, a river crossed, a camp established, a person encountered, a weather condition recorded. These notes may appear simple to a modern reader, but together they create a remarkable portrait of life on the trail. The journals show that exploration was not always exciting. Much of it was repetitive, and repetition can be calming. The same sounds, the same tasks, the same movement, the same evening routine. For a modern listener, there is something almost meditative about imagining it. The paddle enters the water. It rises. Water drips from the blade. The canoe moves forward. The river bends. The trees pass slowly. Someone speaks. Then silence returns. Hours later, the canoe touches shore. The men step out. A fire is made. Smoke rises. The sky darkens. And another night begins. The expedition's temporary camps were also places of uncertainty. The men did not always know who they might meet. They did not always know what the next day would bring. They did not know whether a river would be easy or dangerous. They did not know whether food would be plentiful. They did not know how difficult the next mountain pass would be. But uncertainty became part of normal life. The men learned to live with it. They learned that not every question needed to be answered immediately. Sometimes the only answer was to wait until morning. This is especially noticeable in the mountain country. There were evenings when the men could not see what lay beyond the next ridge. The darkness hid the trail. The weather could become dangerous. The horses needed rest, so they stopped. They waited. The mountains remained. Morning eventually revealed what darkness had concealed. This simple cycle of darkness and light repeated throughout the expedition. Night did not mean failure. It simply meant the day's journey was finished. That idea seems almost obvious, but it was essential. The men could not travel forever. They needed sleep. Their bodies required recovery. Their minds needed quiet. And the campsite provided that quiet. Some camps must have been uncomfortable. Others may have been surprisingly beautiful. A warm evening beside a calm river could have been memorable. A clear night beneath thousands of stars could have been extraordinary. A peaceful morning in a mountain valley might have offered a moment of wonder. even when the men were exhausted. They were surrounded by landscapes that few Americans from their time had ever seen. The scientific value of these observations was enormous. Lewis and Clark were among the first American expedition leaders to document many aspects of the regions they traveled through for audiences in the United States. Their observations helped expand knowledge of Western geography and natural history. The expedition's maps became especially important. Clark's work transformed scattered information into a more coherent picture of the continent. The maps did not make the West simple, but they made it more understandable. And understanding geography would influence future American movement westward. That historical consequence is complicated. The expedition's knowledge contributed to the expansion of the United States. That expansion eventually brought settlers, soldiers, traders, and government institutions farther west. Native nations experienced this expansion in different ways, but many eventually faced enormous losses of land, autonomy, and population. The expedition itself was not responsible for every later event, but it became part of a much larger process. When we look back at the campsites today, it is important to remember that the land was already inhabited. The people living there had their own histories, their own languages, their own political systems, their own relationships with the land, their own stories. Lewis and Clark entered those worlds as visitors and representatives of a growing American nation. Their journals often described native communities from the explorers' own perspective. Modern historians have worked to understand the expedition from multiple perspectives. This makes the story richer. The journey was not simply about two men discovering an empty continent. It was about movement through a populated and culturally complex world. The campsites were places where these worlds sometimes touched. A meeting might happen near a river. A conversation might take place beside a fire. A gift might be exchanged. A piece of information might change the expedition's plans. A horse might make the mountain crossing possible. A local person might explain a route that was not visible on any map. These small interactions could change the course of the journey. The importance of local knowledge became especially clear in the mountains. Without native assistance, the expedition would have faced extraordinary difficulties. The explorers needed horses, they needed routes, they needed information, they needed food, they needed to understand the rivers, they needed people who already knew the country. This is one of the quieter truths behind many famous explorations. The explorers may have written the journals, but they did not travel alone. Their journey was supported by countless people whose names were not always recorded: guides, hunters, interpreters, traders, native communities, boatmen, soldiers, people who provided food, people who shared information, people who helped repair equipment, people who simply showed the explorers where to go. The expedition's success belonged to a much larger network than the names Lewis and Clark suggest. Even the men whose names are remembered were part of a group. The core of discovery depended on teamwork. Someone had to row, someone had to cook, someone had to hunt, someone had to repair. Someone had to watch the horses. Someone had to carry supplies. Someone had to keep track of equipment. Someone had to maintain weapons. Someone had to record observations. A journey of this size could not be carried by one person. The campsite brought all those responsibilities together. At night, the different roles temporarily disappeared. Everyone became tired travelers around the same fire: the officer, the soldier, the hunter, the boatman, the interpreter, the enslaved man traveling with the group, the young mother and her infant son. Everyone needed rest. Everyone needed warmth. Everyone needed food. That shared dependence was part of what held the expedition together. The presence of York was particularly significant. As William Clark's enslaved man, York traveled with the expedition and performed many of the same demanding tasks as the other members. His participation challenged some of the expectations Native people had about race and slavery, because they encountered him in circumstances that were very different from those they associated with European American society. York became part of the expedition's public story, although his status remained unequal and complicated. The expedition's success did not mean that he received immediate freedom or equal treatment. His story reminds us that the journey took place within the institutions and contradictions of early 19th century America. Around the evening fire, however, his daily experience was part of the same physical journey. He walked the same trails. He crossed the same rivers. He endured the same weather. He slept in the same broad landscape. Sacagawea's story is equally important. She traveled with an infant during an expedition that involved enormous physical challenges. Her presence helped the expedition communicate with native people, particularly during the encounter with the Shoshone. Her family connections became useful at a critical moment, but her importance should not be reduced to the idea of simply being a guide. She was a member of a complex native society and a person with her own life and history. The expedition's journey passed through places connected to her homeland and people. When we imagine the campsites, we can therefore imagine many different experiences occurring within the same small circle of firelight. Lewis might be writing, Clark might be working on a map, a hunter might be cleaning meat, a soldier might be repairing a boot, Sacagawea might be caring for her baby, York might be preparing equipment, someone might be telling a story, someone else might simply be staring into the fire. The historical record does not preserve every conversation. It cannot. But the possibility of those ordinary moments helps make the journey feel human. The expedition was not made up of statues. It was made up of tired people, people who became hungry, people who became cold, people who missed home, people who laughed, people who became frustrated, people who became curious, people who sometimes became afraid, and people who continued. That continuation is perhaps the most remarkable part. There were many moments when stopping permanently would have been easier. The mountains were difficult, the food became scarce, the weather was harsh, the distances were enormous. Yet the expedition continued, not because every day was extraordinary, but because the men learned to make ordinary days manageable. Wake, work, travel, camp, rest, repeat. The rhythm carried them across the continent. And now, centuries later, that rhythm can still be imagined. A quiet river, a fatting sunset, a small fire, the sound of wood cracking, the smell of smoke, a horse moving through grass. The pages of a journal turning slowly, the river passing in darkness, then sleep. Perhaps this is why stories about the expedition can feel peaceful when told slowly. The journey itself had a natural rhythm. There were moments of danger, but there were also long stretches of quiet. The country moved slowly around the travelers. Mountains did not rush. Rivers continued at their own pace. Trees grew silently. The stars appeared every night. The expedition moved through this enormous world, but the world itself did not hurry. And eventually, neither did the men. They learned to travel according to the pace of the landscape. By the time they returned to St. Louis, they had completed one of the most extraordinary journeys in American history. But the campsites remained behind. Some disappeared almost immediately. Some may have been used again by other travelers. Some may have become known landmarks. Others may have been forgotten entirely. There is something beautiful about that. The greatest journey in American exploration left behind hundreds of places that were never intended to become monuments. The men simply needed somewhere to sleep. And because they did, history passed through those places. A fire burned there. A journal was written there. A meal was eaten there. A horse rested there. A conversation happened there. Then everyone moved on. Today, if we stand beside the Missouri River at sunset, we may see a landscape that looks peaceful and ordinary. But perhaps 2 centuries ago, another group stood there. They were exhausted. They were far from home. They were uncertain about the next day. And yet, for a few quiet hours, they were safe. The river moved beside them. The stars appeared overhead. The fire warmed their hands. The men slept. Then morning came, and the journey continued. That is the hidden story of the expedition. Not only the story of crossing a continent, but the story of finding somewhere to rest each night. One quiet campsite after another, one riverbank after another, one fire after another, until, eventually, the long road home was complete. The story of the expedition did not truly end when the men reached St. Louis. The journey ended, but the memory of the journey was only beginning. The journals had to be preserved. The maps had to be studied. The specimens had to be examined. The stories had to be told. And slowly, the campsites that had been nothing more than temporary resting places became part of a much larger American memory. For the men themselves, however, life gradually returned to something closer to normal. After more than 2 years of travel, ordinary things must have seemed unusual. A permanent bed, a roof that did not need to be packed, a meal that did not depend on hunting, a road that someone had already traveled, a building that remained in the same place from one day to the next. The expedition had changed their understanding of distance. Before leaving, a journey of a few hundred miles might have seemed enormous. Now, thousands of miles had become part of their personal experience. They had learned how large the continent was. They had learned how difficult it was to cross. And they had learned that maps could never fully explain a landscape. The country had to be experienced. The rivers had to be followed. The mountains had to be climbed. The camps had to be made. The nights had to be survived. Only then could the continent truly be understood. The expedition's records became extremely valuable. Lewis's journals contained observations about plants, animals, geography, weather, and native peoples. Clark's maps provided detailed information about the rivers and terrain. Together, they offered Americans a new understanding of the western part of the continent. Yet even the best records had limits. The explorers could not record everything. They could not describe every person they met. They could not identify every plant. They could not understand every native language or political relationship. They could not know how the country would change over the next 2 centuries. And they certainly could not know that people in the future would study their campsites. To the explorers, a campsite was temporary. To historians, a campsite can become evidence. A note in a journal can reveal where the expedition traveled. A description of a tree can help identify a location. A reference to a nearby island can help researchers compare the old landscape with the modern river. A distance recorded in a journal can narrow down possibilities. Sometimes the evidence is strong. Sometimes it is uncertain. The river itself can make the problem harder. The Missouri has changed over time. Its channels have shifted. Its banks have eroded. Islands have appeared and disappeared. Floods have reshaped the shoreline. A place that was beside the river in 1804 may now be far from the exact channel the expedition saw. This makes the search for historic campsites surprisingly difficult. The landscape is alive. Rivers move, trees grow, earth erodes, human communities expand. History does not always remain physically still. That is why the written record is so important. The journal becomes a kind of bridge. It connects the modern world with a landscape that no longer looks exactly as it did. Imagine reading one of those entries on a quiet evening. You know that the writer was sitting beside a river more than 200 years ago. You know that the person had traveled thousands of miles. You know that the fire was burning nearby. You know that the men would leave the next morning. But you cannot see the original camp. The only thing remaining may be a few words, yet those words can bring the place back. You can imagine the river, you can imagine the trees, you can imagine the horses, you can imagine the fire, you can imagine the men preparing to sleep. And suddenly, a forgotten riverbank becomes part of history again. The expedition also changed the future of the American West. The information Lewis and Clark brought back helped demonstrate the possibilities of travel and commerce across the continent. Their maps became useful to later travelers. Their descriptions encouraged further exploration. Their journey became part of the mythology of westward expansion. But the future that followed was far more complicated than the peaceful evenings around their campfires. American expansion brought enormous changes to native communities. Land was claimed. Treaties were made and broken. Settlers moved west. Military conflicts occurred. Disease and displacement devastated many native populations. The landscape through which the expedition traveled would eventually be transformed by the growing United States. The campsites therefore sit within a larger and more complicated history. They are peaceful places to imagine, but they were also places in a country undergoing enormous political change. The expedition itself was one early step in that larger process. This does not make the quiet evenings less beautiful. It simply reminds us that history contains many layers. A river can be peaceful and politically important at the same time. A campsite can be a place of rest, and also a place where two different worlds meet. A journal can contain both careful scientific observation and the assumptions of its time. Understanding history means allowing all of those layers to exist together. The expedition's members were products of the early 19th century. They carried the beliefs and limitations of their society. They also possessed extraordinary curiosity. They wanted to understand the natural world. They wanted to map the country. They wanted to communicate with people they had never met. They wanted to learn. Their journals, therefore, remain valuable even when some of their interpretations are no longer accepted. The records allow modern readers to see how Americans of that period viewed the West. They also allow historians to compare those views with native perspectives and other sources. In this way, the expedition's story continues to evolve. Every generation can look at the same journey and notice something different. Earlier generations might have focused on heroic exploration. Later historians have paid greater attention to native nations. Others have focused on science, geography, slavery, military history, environmental change, or the daily lives of the expedition members. The campsites can be viewed from all of these perspectives. They were environmental spaces, they were military spaces, they were social spaces, they were scientific spaces, they were places of work, and they were places of sleep. Perhaps the simplest description is still the most powerful. They were places where people stopped. That small action allowed everything else to continue. When the expedition stopped, the men could recover. When they recovered, they could travel. When they traveled, they could observe. When they observed, they could record. When they recorded, the knowledge could survive. The campsite was therefore part of a chain. Rest led to movement. Movement led to discovery. Discovery led to records. Records led to history. And history allows us to imagine the campsite today. The night sky over the Missouri was very different from the sky above modern cities. There were no electric lights, no airplanes crossing every few minutes, no glowing signs, no distant headlights. The stars would have appeared much brighter. The Milky Way would have been visible as a broad band across the sky. The men might have used the stars as a natural clock. They would have seen the moon change. They would have watched storms move across the horizon. They would have known darkness in a way that is difficult for many modern people to imagine. And because darkness was so complete, the fire mattered. The fire was light. It was warmth. It was a cooking tool. It was protection. It was a gathering place. It was also psychological comfort. After a difficult day, seeing the fire could mean that the day's work was finished. The fire marked the center of the campsite. Around it, the men could become quiet. The river flowed beyond the firelight. The forest or prairie disappeared into darkness. The world became smaller, just the people, the fire, the animals, the water, the sky. For a few hours, the enormous continent outside the circle of light did not need to be crossed. It could simply exist. This is perhaps the most peaceful image we can carry from the expedition. Not the dramatic moment at the Pacific, not the difficult mountain crossing, not the great falls, but a small fire beside a river, a group of tired travelers resting beneath the stars. They had no idea how famous their journey would become. They did not know that historians would study their journals. They did not know that future generations would trace their route. They did not know that their names would become familiar across the United States. They simply knew that they had another day of travel ahead, and for that evening they could rest. The morning would bring work again. The boats would be pushed into the river. The horses would be loaded. The supplies would be checked. The journals would be packed, and the campsite would disappear. That pattern repeated over and over. It is easy to imagine the men becoming almost attached to the rhythm, not necessarily to the individual places, but to the feeling of stopping, a temporary home, a temporary fire, a temporary night, then movement. Perhaps after months on the trail, permanence itself might have seemed strange. A house stays, a campsite disappears, a road stays, a trail changes, a town stays, a river moves. The expedition lived in the temporary world. Their lives were organized around movement, and yet their records created something permanent. The journals preserved moments that otherwise would have vanished. The maps preserved routes. The scientific observations preserved knowledge. The names of places entered American geography. The expedition's memory survived even as the physical camps disappeared. That is why the story of these campsites remains worth remembering. They were never intended to become famous. They were ordinary. And ordinary places often carry the deepest traces of history. A campsite does not have to contain a monument. Sometimes the most important thing is simply knowing that someone stood there. Someone looked at the same river. Someone saw the same sunset. Someone listened to the same night sounds. Someone felt tired after the same long day. Someone waited for morning. The landscape may have changed, but the basic human experience has not. Travelers still become tired. People still stop beside rivers. Fires still provide warmth. The night still arrives and morning still comes. The Lewis and Clark expedition belongs to a different America, a young nation, a continent of immense distances, a world without modern transportation. Yet the simple rhythm of the journey remains understandable: work during the day, rest at night. Continue tomorrow. Perhaps that is why the story can be told slowly. The expedition moved slowly. The landscape changed slowly. The rivers moved at their own pace. The mountains stood still. The stars appeared one by one. The camps formed and disappeared. Nothing needed to happen all at once. The continent was crossed one day at a time. And now, more than 2 centuries later, the journey can be remembered in the same way: one river, one mountain, one trail, one campsite, one quiet night, then another, and another, until the whole continent has been crossed. The men eventually reached home. The expedition became history, but the rivers continued flowing. The mountains remained. The forests grew. The prairie changed. And beneath the enormous American sky, the places where the expedition once rested continued to exist in memory, quietly, almost invisibly, like the last warmth of a fire after everyone has gone to sleep. The last warmth of the fire would eventually disappear. By morning, there would be little evidence that anyone had been there at all. Perhaps a few dark pieces of wood would remain in the ashes. Perhaps footprints would still be visible in the soil. Perhaps the grass would be flattened where the men had slept. The horses might leave tracks near the river. Then wind and rain would begin their quiet work. The campsite would slowly return to the landscape. This was the ordinary fate of almost every night during the expedition. The men did not build permanent homes. They did not expect to return to most of the places where they slept. Their journey depended on movement, and movement meant leaving things behind. There is something deeply peaceful about that idea. A place could be important for one night without needing to remain important forever. The men arrived, they rested, they continued. The land remained. Years passed, decades passed, generations passed. The United States expanded, the population grew. The West became increasingly connected to the East, but the old rivers continued to follow their ancient paths. The Missouri still carried water toward the Mississippi. The Columbia still carried water toward the Pacific, and the mountains still divided the continent. The expedition had crossed a landscape that was already ancient. Its forests had existed long before the explorers arrived. Its rivers had been flowing for thousands of years. Its mountains had been shaped by forces far older than any human memory. The men were visitors in that enormous world. Their journey lasted only a little more than 2 years. The landscape had existed long before them and would continue long after them. This perspective gives the expedition a different feeling. The journey was extraordinary from a human point of view, but from the perspective of the land, it was brief. A few hundred nights, a few thousand miles, a short line of movement across a continent. The river barely noticed. The mountains did not move. The forests continued growing. The stars continued appearing every night. And yet those brief human moments became important because people remembered them. History is often created that way. A human life is short. A journey is short. A conversation is short. A campsite may last only a few hours, but if someone records what happened, the moment can survive for centuries. Lewis and Clark recorded thousands of such moments. Some were dramatic, others were ordinary. The ordinary ones may be the most revealing. They show us what life was like between the famous events. They show us how the men ate, how they slept, how they traveled, how they dealt with weather, how they watched animals, how they interacted with people, how they prepared for another day. The expedition was not simply a sequence of discoveries. It was a sequence of days, and every day eventually became a night. The night was when the expedition became quiet. During daylight, the men had to pay attention to everything: The river, the trail, the weather, the animals, the people they encountered, the equipment, the terrain. At night, the world narrowed. The men could put some of those concerns aside. The fire became the center. The journals came out. The day's observations could be recorded. A few words could preserve an entire day's journey. Perhaps one entry mentioned a particular kind of bird. Another described a strange plant. Another recorded a river crossing. Another noted the distance traveled. Another simply mentioned the weather. Taken individually, these details might seem small. Together, they became a portrait of the American West at the beginning of the 19th century. The journals also reveal how quickly conditions could change. A beautiful morning could become a stormy afternoon. A calm river could become dangerous. A plentiful food supply could suddenly disappear. A comfortable campsite could become unpleasant after heavy rain. The men had to adapt. Adaptation was one of the expedition's greatest skills. They could not control the environment. They could only respond to it. If the river was too dangerous, they had to stop. If the weather became severe, they had to wait. If food was scarce, they had to hunt more carefully. If equipment broke, they had to repair it. If a trail became impossible, they had to find another. This flexibility helped carry them across the continent. It also made their campsites important. A campsite was a decision. The men were saying, in effect, that this was a place where they could safely wait until morning. That decision required knowledge. Was there enough water? Was there enough firewood? Was the ground stable? Could the boats be secured? Could the horses graze? Was the location exposed to flooding? Were there signs of nearby danger? The best campsites met as many of these needs as possible. The men gradually became skilled at recognizing them. A bend in the river might offer protection. A group of trees might provide shelter. A grassy area might provide food for horses. A slightly raised bank might protect the camp from water. The landscape itself became a kind of instruction manual. The men learned to read it. This knowledge was especially important during the return journey. They were no longer inexperienced travelers. They knew what to look for. They had learned from every mistake. They had also learned from the people who knew the land better than they did. Native knowledge was essential throughout the expedition. The explorers frequently depended on information from native communities about rivers, trails, animals, and seasonal conditions. Without that information, the journey would have been far more dangerous. The Western landscape was not an empty puzzle waiting for the explorers to solve. It was a familiar home to many native nations. People had traveled those rivers and mountains for generations. They knew where to cross. They knew where to fish. They knew where animals moved. They knew when snow would arrive. They knew which trails connected different regions. The expedition entered this existing network of knowledge. Sometimes the explorers understood what they were being told. Sometimes they misunderstood. Sometimes they relied on their own expectations. But again and again, local knowledge shaped their decisions. The campsites were part of that exchange. A campsite could become a meeting place, a place where information was shared, a place where food was exchanged, a place where people studied one another, a place where an explorer learned something that could change the next day's route. These encounters were often brief, but their consequences could be enormous. A single piece of information might prevent the expedition from taking the wrong trail. A single horse might make it possible to transport supplies through the mountains. A local guide might explain how to avoid a dangerous rapid. A warning about weather might save lives. The expedition's success therefore depended not only on courage, but on communication. And communication required patience. Different languages, different customs, different political interests, different expectations. The men had to learn how to approach people they had never met. Sometimes the meetings went well. Sometimes they were tense. Sometimes the explorers did not fully understand the people they encountered. History is rarely as simple as a single successful meeting. But the effort to communicate was necessary. The expedition could not cross the continent in isolation. It had to become part of the human geography of the West. This becomes especially clear when we think about Sacagawea. Her presence with the expedition was unusual. She traveled with her infant son. She was young, yet she moved through landscapes connected to her own people and history. At the Shoshone encounter, Her recognition of family relationships became deeply important. The expedition needed horses. The Shoshone had horses. Communication and trust became essential. The meeting helped the expedition continue. It is tempting to reduce the story to a single dramatic moment, but the reality was more complicated. Relationships do not appear from nowhere. They develop through conversation, observation, exchange, and shared circumstances. The same was true throughout the expedition. A campsite could be the beginning of a relationship. A meal could become a conversation. A conversation could become an agreement. An agreement could change the expedition's route. The quiet moments mattered. The men also formed their own relationships within the core of discovery. They depended on one another in ways that would have been difficult to understand before the journey began. Someone who was simply another soldier in St. Louis could become a trusted companion after months of hardship. Shared experiences create bonds. The men crossed rivers together. They climbed mountains together. They suffered hunger together. They celebrated successful hunts together. They sat around the same fires. They slept beneath the same storms. They watched the same sunsets. Over time, the expedition became a small, moving society. Its members had different backgrounds and different personalities, but the journey connected them. The campsite was where that community became most visible. During the day, everyone had a task. At night, the task slowed. People talked. Stories were shared. Food was passed around. The day's difficulties could be discussed. Plans for tomorrow could be made. And sometimes nothing needed to be said. A tired person could simply sit near the fire. The sound of the river was enough. The darkness was enough. The warmth was enough. There is a certain comfort in imagining that scene, a small group of travelers in a vast continent, a fire surrounded by darkness, a river moving quietly, a sky filled with stars, no deadlines, no messages, no traffic, no machine, only the slow passage of time. The expedition's members could not have imagined the modern world that would eventually develop across the land they were crossing. They could not have imagined highways beside the Missouri. They could not have imagined airplanes crossing the mountains. They could not have imagined cities along the Columbia. They could not have imagined satellite maps showing the entire route from above. Yet modern technology has made it possible to study their journey in remarkable detail. Researchers can compare their descriptions with modern geography. Historic maps can be placed beside modern maps. Old journal entries can be connected to known locations. Archaeologists can search for traces of historic camps. Even when physical evidence is gone, the written record remains. This is one of the reasons the expedition continues to attract attention. It exists at the intersection of geography and memory. The landscape is still there. The people are gone. The camps are mostly gone, but the story connects them, and perhaps that is enough. Imagine the Missouri River tonight. The water is moving through the darkness. The moon may be reflected on its surface. Trees stand along the bank. Grass moves gently in the breeze. Somewhere, perhaps, there is a place where the expedition once stopped. There may be no marker, no visible sign, no obvious indication that history happened there. But the river does not need to announce it. The place was important for a few hours. That was enough. The men arrived exhausted. They made a fire. They prepared their food. They cared for their animals. They wrote their notes. They watched the darkness. Then they slept. At dawn, they left. The campsite became empty, and the journey continued. This pattern repeated until the expedition finally returned home. Thousands of miles, hundreds of nights, countless decisions, countless small acts of endurance. The great achievement was built quietly. Not every day contained a dramatic discovery. Most days were simply days, and perhaps that is what makes the expedition so human. The men did not live in a constant state of adventure. They lived in a constant state of travel. Travel requires patience. It requires accepting that progress can be slow. It requires knowing when to stop. It requires trusting that tomorrow will bring another opportunity to move forward. The expedition understood this better than almost anyone. They could not hurry the mountains. They could not hurry the river. They could not hurry the weather. They could only continue when conditions allowed. Sometimes the wisest choice was to remain at camp. Waiting could be as important as traveling. A storm could pass. A river could become safer. An injured person could recover. A horse could rest. Food could be gathered. Equipment could be repaired. Then the journey could resume. This patience was essential, and it is another reason the story can be told calmly. The expedition moved at the speed of walking, paddling, and horses. The landscape determined the pace. A modern traveler can cross the United States in a few hours by airplane. Lewis and Clark needed months. They experienced every change in the landscape, every river, every hill, every weather system, every sunrise, every sunset, every night. The continent could not be rushed. It had to be experienced mile by mile. Perhaps that is why the expedition's campsites are such powerful symbols. They represent the pauses between the miles, the places where the men stopped long enough to notice where they were. A river beside them, a mountain behind them, a forest above them, a fire before them, and the enormous sky overhead, then morning, then movement, then another night. The journey was never really about reaching the next campsite. It was about continuing beyond it. Yet without those pauses, the expedition could never have reached the Pacific. Without rest, there could be no progress. Without sleep, there could be no exploration. Without the quiet hours, there could be no next day. So the hidden campsites were not minor details. They were part of the foundation of the expedition. They were the quiet spaces between the famous moments. And when we remember Lewis and Clark today, perhaps we should remember those spaces too. The places where nobody was posing for history, where nobody knew that future generations would care, where tired travelers simply rested beside the water, the fire burned, the river flowed, the stars appeared, and for one peaceful night the continent was still. As the years passed, the physical traces of the expedition became harder to recognize. The men had left behind no line of permanent camps stretching across the continent. There was no continuous road marking their route. There were no signs saying where they had slept. The journey had been written mostly on paper. That paper became the thread connecting hundreds of temporary places. A journal entry might begin with the date, then a few observations, the distance traveled, the weather, the animals seen. Perhaps a note about a native community. And finally, a short description of where the men stopped. To the writer, it was simply the end of another day. To historians, those few sentences can become a window into another century. Sometimes the description is detailed enough to identify a location with confidence. Other times, the evidence leaves room for debate. A river may have changed. A landmark may have disappeared. A name may have changed over time. A modern road may cross an old trail. A town may stand where a campsite once existed. The landscape is never completely still. This makes the search for the expedition's campsites a fascinating historical puzzle. Researchers compare old maps with modern maps. They study the journals. They examine descriptions of distances and direction. They look at the shape of rivers. They consider the types of trees and terrain described by the explorers. Sometimes several clues come together: a particular island, a bend in the river, a nearby creek, a distinctive bluff, a certain number of miles from the previous camp. Together, these details can create a strong possibility, but sometimes the exact location remains uncertain, and perhaps that uncertainty is appropriate. The expedition itself was filled with uncertainty. The men often did not know exactly where they were. They were working with incomplete information. Their maps were imperfect. Their instruments were limited compared with modern equipment, yet they continued recording what they could. Those imperfect records are now among the most valuable sources we have. They show the world as it appeared to travelers moving slowly through it. One of the most interesting things about reading the journals is the attention given to ordinary details. The explorers recorded animals. They described plants. They mentioned weather. They noted unusual geological formations. They described rivers and islands. They sometimes recorded the condition of the ground. These details were not just scientific curiosity. They were practical. A river with shallow water could mean difficulty for a boat. A region with abundant game could mean food. A mountain pass could determine the route. A forest could provide timber. A lack of water could force the expedition to change plans. Every observation had potential value. The men were learning how to survive by paying attention. Their scientific curiosity and their practical needs often worked together. For example, identifying a plant could be interesting, but knowing whether that plant was useful, poisonous, edible, or medicinal could be even more important. Observing animals could provide information about the ecosystem. It could also help locate food. Understanding the river could help map the country. It could also prevent a boat from being destroyed. Exploration and survival were connected. The campsite was where the day's discoveries could be processed. A hunter might return with information about animal movements. A scout might describe a trail. A boatman might report a dangerous section of river. Lewis or Clark might write observations. Then the group would make plans for the next day. The camp was therefore a small center of decision-making. It was where experience became knowledge. The expedition's route was constantly being adjusted according to what the men learned. This process was particularly important as they approached unfamiliar country. The men sometimes expected one thing and found another. A river might be different from descriptions. A mountain pass might be farther away than expected. A food source might be less reliable. A native community might have information that contradicted what the explorers had previously heard. The ability to change plans became essential. The expedition was not following a perfectly predetermined route. It was discovering the route as it traveled. That is an important difference today. When we look at a map of the Lewis and Clark route, it appears definite. A line runs from the Missouri to the Pacific. It can seem as though the explorers simply followed that line. But they did not have that line. They had uncertainty. They had information from others. They had guesses. They had partial maps. They had rivers. They had mountains. And they had the ability to make decisions. The final route emerged from all of those things. The campsites were points along that evolving route. Each one represented a decision made at a particular moment. Sometimes the decision was simple. The sun was setting. The men needed to stop. Other times it may have required careful thought. The weather was changing. The river was dangerous. The horses were tired. The men needed a protected location. The best campsite was not always the closest one. A few extra minutes of travel might produce a much safer place to spend the night. That small decision could make the next morning easier. The expedition gradually developed an understanding of these trade-offs. They became better travelers because they had traveled so much. Experience teaches in quiet ways. The first few weeks of a journey may feel unfamiliar. After a year, the same tasks can become automatic. The men knew how to unload. They knew how to prepare camp. They knew how to arrange equipment. They knew how to keep the fire going. They knew what needed to be done before sleep. This routine reduced the mental burden of travel. The campsite became familiar even when the landscape was not. That may have been one of the most comforting aspects of the expedition. No matter where they were, evening eventually brought the same sequence. The work slowed. The fire appeared. The meal was prepared. The journals were opened. The darkness came. The men slept. Then morning returned. The same rhythm existed whether they were beside the Missouri in the Rocky Mountains, near the Clearwater, or along the Columbia. The scenery changed. The routine remained. This gave the expedition a sense of continuity. The men were moving through a world that changed constantly, but their daily habits stayed surprisingly stable. That stability mattered. It helped create a sense of normal life in an extraordinary situation. Even the smallest objects could contribute to that feeling. A cooking pot, a blanket, a knife, a pair of shoes, a familiar tool, a personal item. These objects traveled with the men from one campsite to another. They became part of daily life. A blanket used beside the Missouri might later be used in the mountains. A cooking pot might prepare meals beside the Columbia. A journal carried from camp to camp might eventually return to St. Louis. The objects connected distant places. The men were carrying pieces of one campsite into the next. The expedition therefore created a kind of moving home. Home was not a building. Home was the group, the equipment, the fire, the routine, the people. Wherever they stopped, those things came together. Then they were packed again. This is particularly striking when we think about Fort Clatsop. For several months, the men created a more permanent version of their temporary world. They built cabins. They stored supplies. They had a place to return to each evening. After so many nights of temporary camps, this must have felt different. Yet even Fort Clatsop was temporary. The expedition eventually left it. The logs remained for a time. The group moved east. The temporary became permanent only in memory. Modern visitors can learn about the site because the location has been preserved and interpreted. But for the expedition, It was simply the place where they spent the winter. The same is true of many famous locations. History often transforms ordinary places into extraordinary ones. The people living through an event rarely know which details will matter to the future. They cannot know. Lewis and Clark did not know which campsite would later be studied. They did not know which journal sentence would become important. They did not know which map would be displayed in museums. They did not know which names would become part of American geography. They simply recorded what they could. That is one reason historical records are so precious. They preserve moments without requiring the people involved to understand their future importance. A campsite can therefore become historically meaningful long after everyone who slept there is gone. The land remembers differently from people. It does not keep journals, it keeps traces: an old fire ring, a buried object, a disturbed layer of soil, a trail, a changed patch of vegetation. Sometimes those traces survive, often they do not. Floods can erase them, trees can grow over them. Animals can disturb them, human construction can cover them. But the absence of physical evidence does not mean nothing happened there. Many historical events leave no visible trace. The campsite may be gone, the memory remains, and memory can be surprisingly powerful. Imagine standing beside a river and knowing that Lewis and Clark once camped somewhere nearby. Even if the exact location is uncertain, the possibility changes the way you see the landscape. The river is no longer just a river. It becomes part of a journey. The trees are no longer just trees. They become part of the environment the explorers described. The distant hills become part of the same horizon they saw. The sky above you is the same sky. Of course, the landscape has changed. But some things remain: the basic shape of the land, the movement of water, the changing light, the rhythm of seasons. These continuities create a connection across time. The expedition also reminds us that travel itself has a history. Today, movement across the United States can be remarkably fast. A person can cross the continent in a day. A package can move thousands of miles in a matter of days. A satellite can photograph the entire route. But Lewis and Clark experienced distance differently. A mile was not simply a number. A mile meant time, effort, food, water, weather, terrain. Every mile had a physical cost that made the landscape more intimate. The men could not skip over difficult terrain. They had to walk through it. They could not fly above a mountain. They had to climb. They could not instantly cross a river. They had to find a safe crossing. They could not order supplies from a distant store. They had to carry what they needed. The pace of travel shaped their understanding of the country. They experienced it slowly. That slow experience is one of the reasons the expedition's story fits so naturally with a calm historical narrative. The journey was long. The landscapes were enormous. The changes were gradual. The nights came regularly. There was always another sunrise, and there was always another campsite. Perhaps the most remarkable thing is that the expedition eventually became a complete loop. It began beside the Missouri, it traveled west, it reached the Pacific, it turned around, and it returned. The same men who had once looked west into uncertainty eventually looked east toward home. The journey changed their relationship with the land. The West was no longer an unknown region. It had become a collection of memories. A mountain they had climbed, a river they had crossed, a camp where they had slept, a person they had met, a storm they had survived, a difficult trail they had completed. The landscape became personal. That is what travel can do. A place on a map becomes a memory once you have experienced it. A river becomes the river where you slept. A mountain becomes the mountain you crossed. A trail becomes the trail where your horse struggled. A campsite becomes the place where you finally rested after a long day. The expedition's geography was therefore also a geography of memory. And perhaps that is why the campsites matter so much. They are small points in a very large story. But they are the points where the travelers stopped long enough to become part of the landscape. The river flowed beside them. The stars watched from above. The fire burned for a few hours. Then morning came. The men packed their belongings. They left. The river continued, and the campsite became quiet again. Centuries later, the same quiet can still be imagined. The darkness settling over the water, the grass moving in the breeze, the last glow of the fire fatting, the sound of someone turning in a blanket, the the soft movement of a horse, the steady river, and above it all, the enormous sky. The journey was finished long ago, but the night remains, the river remains, and somewhere in the landscape, the memory of another peaceful campsite waits quietly beneath the stars. The morning always came eventually. No matter how difficult the previous day had been, the darkness could not last forever. A faint line of light appeared on the horizon. The stars slowly disappeared. The river became visible again. Birds began to call from the trees. The men stirred beneath their blankets. Another day had begun. This simple pattern was repeated throughout the entire expedition. It is easy to overlook because it was so ordinary, but ordinary things often make extraordinary journeys possible. The men needed sleep. They needed food. They needed warmth. They needed moments when they did not have to think about the next mountain or the next river. The campsite gave them those moments. And then, when morning arrived, it gave them a place from which to begin again. The first tasks of the morning were practical. The fire had to be revived. Food had to be prepared. The horses had to be checked. Equipment had to be gathered. Blankets had to be folded. Boats had to be inspected. Nothing could be left behind unless the men deliberately decided it was no longer worth carrying. This was one of the great differences between their world and ours. Modern travelers can carry enormous amounts of information without carrying physical weight. A map can exist inside a phone. A photograph can be stored electronically. A navigation system can calculate a route. A person can contact someone hundreds or thousands of miles away. Lewis and Clark had none of these conveniences. Their maps were physical, their books were physical, their instruments were physical, their food was physical, their tools were physical, everything had weight, every item had to earn its place. This made the campsite a place of organization. The men had to know where things were. A missing tool could create a serious problem. A damaged canoe could delay the journey. A lost supply could become a future shortage. A broken weapon could affect hunting. A wet blanket could make a cold night miserable. The expedition's success depended on careful management. The men learned to treat equipment with respect. They repaired things whenever possible. They reused materials. They adapted objects when necessary. A piece of equipment might have several uses. Nothing could be assumed to be easily replaceable. This practical mindset followed them across the continent. The campsite was often the workshop, a place where broken things could be repaired. A place where clothing could be stitched, a place where leather could be worked, a place where weapons could be maintained, a place where boats could be checked, a place where the next day's route could be discussed. The camp was therefore both home and workplace. During the day, the men moved through the landscape. At night, the landscape became a place of preparation. This rhythm may seem repetitive, but repetition can create stability. The expedition's world was uncertain. The routine was not. That difference mattered. The men might not know what they would find beyond the next ridge. But they knew that when evening came, they would need to make camp. They knew the fire would be lit. They knew food would be prepared. They knew they would sleep. The familiar routine gave structure to an unfamiliar world. This was especially important during the most difficult periods. In the mountains, when the men were hungry and exhausted, the campsite became more than a stopping place. It became relief. After hours of climbing, the sight of a suitable place to rest must have felt comforting. The men could finally put down their loads. The horses could stop. A fire could begin. Even a simple meal could feel satisfying. Then the night could pass. The next morning would bring another challenge. The men did not need to solve the entire journey at once. They only needed to handle the next day. This was perhaps one of the expedition's greatest practical lessons. Long journeys become manageable when divided into smaller steps. The men crossed the continent without ever physically crossing the whole continent in one moment. They crossed it one river at a time, one trail at a time, one mountain at a time, one campsite at a time. The famous phrase, "core of discovery," can make the expedition sound like a continuous period of excitement. In reality, discovery was often slow. It happened while walking, while paddling, while observing, while talking, while resting. A new plant might be discovered beside a trail. A new animal might appear near a river. A new geological formation might rise beyond the trees. A native community might provide new information. A mountain pass might reveal a different landscape on the other side. Discovery was woven into ordinary life. The expedition members did not need dramatic moments to learn. They simply needed to keep paying attention. This was one of Lewis's strongest qualities. He was intensely observant. He wanted to understand what he saw. Plants fascinated him. Animals fascinated him. Geography fascinated him. Weather fascinated him. He recorded details that might otherwise have disappeared. Clark was especially skilled at mapping. His maps helped transform observations into geographical knowledge together. Their work created a record far more valuable than a simple travel story. They were building an understanding of the continent. But the maps also reveal the limits of their knowledge. There were still areas they could not describe accurately. Some rivers were misunderstood. Distances were sometimes estimated incorrectly. Some geographical assumptions were wrong. That is not surprising. The continent was enormous. The explorers were traveling with limited information. They were creating knowledge while moving through the landscape. Mistakes were unavoidable. What matters is that they continued correcting their understanding. Every new observation could change the map. Every conversation could add information. Every river could reveal something unexpected. The campsite was where some of that information could be considered. At the end of the day, the men had time to think. What had they seen? How far had they traveled? What lay ahead? Where should they go tomorrow? The answers were not always obvious. But the process of asking was essential. The expedition also depended on memory. A trail might be difficult to see. A landmark might be far away. A river bend might look similar to another. The men had to remember what they had seen. Their journals helped preserve those memories. The written record became an external memory for the expedition. Instead of relying entirely on what one person remembered, they could return to their notes. The journey could be reconstructed. Distances could be compared. Observations could be checked. This was especially valuable when the men returned to familiar territory. They could compare what they saw on the return journey with what they had observed earlier. The landscape had become a reference point. The first journey west had created memories. The return journey added new information. The two journeys together created a much fuller picture. And then there were the people. The expedition's encounters with native nations were among its most important experiences. The explorers learned that the West was filled with communities connected by trade, kinship, diplomacy, and travel. These networks existed long before the expedition arrived. The rivers served as transportation routes. The mountains had trails. The plains had established travel corridors. The explorers were entering systems that already existed. Sometimes they were welcomed. Sometimes they were treated cautiously. Sometimes the meetings were tense. The expedition had to navigate these relationships as carefully as it navigated rivers. This required more than military strength. It required diplomacy. Lewis and Clark carried gifts. They exchanged goods. They held counsel. They listened to information. They attempted to establish peaceful relationships. The results varied, but the effort itself was central to the journey. The campsites were often the setting for these human encounters. A group might arrive near the expedition's camp. People might gather. There might be conversation. Objects might be exchanged. Food might be shared. Information might pass from one person to another. The evening might become a meeting rather than a quiet rest. Then, after the visitors left, the campsite would return to silence. The next day, the expedition would continue. These meetings also showed the explorers how different societies understood the land. A place that looked empty to an outsider could have deep meaning to the people who lived there. A river was not simply water. It might be a source of food, a transportation route, a boundary, a place of spiritual importance, a connection between communities. A mountain might be part of a story. A valley might be associated with generations of history. The explorers sometimes recognized these meanings. Sometimes they did not. Modern readers can see the difference more clearly. The landscape was not simply physical, it was cultural, it carried memory, it carried identity, it carried stories. And the expedition was moving through those stories. This makes the campsites even more interesting. A place could be a temporary home for the explorers while being part of a much older homeland for native communities. The fire might be new, the river was not. The expedition might stay for one night. The people of the region might have known that place for centuries. This is an important perspective when thinking about the journey. The explorers were not creating the landscape. They were entering it. They were recording it from their own perspective. And their records became famous partly because the United States later expanded into many of the same regions. The historical consequences were enormous. The expedition's maps helped Americans imagine the West as a connected part of the nation. The information they gathered influenced later exploration and settlement. Over time, the United States expanded across the continent. The process brought new roads, farms, towns, railroads, and cities. But it also brought displacement and conflict for native peoples. The quiet campsite therefore sits inside a much larger story. It is peaceful in itself, but the history surrounding it is not always peaceful. Understanding both sides allows us to remember the expedition more honestly. The men were explorers. They were also representatives of a government expanding its reach. They traveled through lands belonging to native nations. They depended on those nations for knowledge and assistance. And their records later became part of the story of American expansion. All of these truths can exist together. History does not need to be reduced to a single idea. The campsite can remain a place of quiet reflection while also reminding us of the complicated history surrounding it. Perhaps the best way to imagine one of these places is simply to slow down. Picture a river at sunset. The water moves gently. The trees stand along the bank. The grass is beginning to darken. A small fire burns. The men sit nearby. They are tired. They have traveled many miles. They do not know everything about tomorrow. But tonight they have enough food, enough firewood, enough shelter, enough time to rest. The sky grows darker. The first stars appear. The river reflects the fading light. The men become quieter. Someone writes in a journal. Someone checks the horses. Someone repairs a strap. Someone simply watches the fire. The continent is enormous, but the campsite is small. For a few hours, that small circle is the entire world. Nothing outside it needs to be solved immediately. The mountains can wait. The river can wait. The next day's journey can wait. Tonight is simply tonight. The fire burns lower. The stars become brighter. The sounds of the night become clearer. Water moves over stones. Leaves rustle. A distant animal calls. The horses shift quietly in the grass. The men settle beneath their blankets. The expedition rests. And somewhere beyond the darkness, tomorrow is waiting. But tomorrow does not need to arrive yet. For now, the river continues moving. The fire continues glowing. The stars continue shining. And the temporary campsite remains quiet beneath the vast western sky. Morning would eventually return to the quiet campsite, just as it had returned to every campsite before it. The fire would be reduced to gray ash. The river would still be moving. The grass would be wet with dew. The men would rise slowly, carrying the tiredness of the previous day in their bodies. Another day of travel waited for them. Before leaving, they would gather what belonged to the expedition. Nothing could be forgotten. The landscape might provide food, water, and shelter, but everything else had to be carried. The men had learned that the difference between a successful day and a difficult one could sometimes be a small piece of equipment. A rope, a tool, a dry blanket, a working paddle, a good pair of shoes. The expedition depended on thousands of such details. The great journey was therefore built from small things. The same was true of navigation. A river bend might look insignificant. A hill might seem unimportant. A distant ridge might appear ordinary. But these features helped the explorers understand where they were. They learned to connect the landscape with their maps. The land became a series of recognizable patterns. Water flowed in certain directions. Mountains formed barriers. Valleys created routes. Prairies opened wide spaces. Forests provided shelter and resources. The explorers gradually developed an understanding of how all these pieces fit together. Their maps were not perfect, but every day improved them. Every mile gave them another observation. Every campsite gave them another point along the route. The journey was becoming a map while it was happening. This is one of the most remarkable aspects of the expedition. The men were not simply traveling through unknown country. They were transforming experience into information. A riverbank became a recorded location. A mountain became a measured feature. A trail became a route on a map. A native community became part of the expedition's record. A campsite became a date and a place in a journal. The landscape was being translated into words and lines, and those words and lines would eventually travel much farther than the expedition itself. They would reach readers who had never seen the Missouri. They would reach people who had never climbed a western mountain. They would reach Americans who had no idea what lay beyond the settled frontier. For those readers, the journals created an image of a vast country, a country filled with rivers, mountains, animals, forests, plains, and people. The expedition helped make the distant West imaginable. That was a powerful achievement. But imagination can also influence action. When people hear about a land of abundant resources and enormous distances, they may begin to think about moving there. That is one reason the expedition became connected to the later history of westward expansion. The men did not create every later migration, but their journey contributed to a growing American understanding of the continent. The information they gathered made Western geography less mysterious. Routes became more understandable. Resources became better known. The possibility of travel became more real. Over the following decades, more Americans would travel west: traders, trappers, missionaries, settlers, military forces, scientists, government officials, and eventually millions of people. The landscape would change dramatically. The old campsites would become difficult to recognize. Some would disappear beneath farms, others beneath roads. Some would remain in forests or along rivers. A few would become protected historic sites, but most would simply become part of the landscape. That is the fate of many historical places. Not every place becomes a monument. Most simply continue existing. A person may walk across the ground without knowing what happened there. A fisherman may cast a line into the river without knowing that explorers once camped nearby. A farmer may work soil that once held a temporary camp. A traveler may drive along a road that crosses an old trail. History can be hidden in plain sight. The expedition's campsites are a perfect example. They remind us that the past is not always separated from the present by walls or museum glass. Sometimes it is beneath our feet. Sometimes it is beside the road. Sometimes it is on the other side of a river. Sometimes it is simply a name on a map. The men who traveled with Lewis and Clark could never have imagined how many people would eventually cross the same continent. For them, the West was enormous. For modern Americans, much of that same landscape can be reached in a day. Yet the physical geography remains. The Rocky Mountains still rise across the horizon. The Great Plains still stretch beneath enormous skis. The Missouri still winds through the country. The Columbia still moves toward the Pacific. Those continuities make the expedition feel surprisingly close. If you stand beside one of these rivers at sunset, you may be looking at a scene that has changed in countless ways. But the water is still water, the sky is still sky. The wind still moves through the grass, night still follows evening. The physical world creates a bridge between centuries. The men of the Corps of Discovery also experienced seasons in a very direct way. They could not escape winter. They could not turn down the temperature. They could not move their journey indoors, whether shaped their lives. Rain could slow travel, snow could make trails difficult, heat could exhaust the men, cold could threaten health. The seasons determined what food was available. They influenced the movement of animals. They affected river levels. They changed the appearance of the land. The expedition therefore had to move with the seasons. Their journey west began in spring. They reached the Pacific in the winter. Then they traveled east again as the seasons changed. The return journey eventually brought them back toward Missouri during warmer months. Their lives were connected to the natural calendar. This made the campsite especially important. A campsite in summer was different from a campsite in winter. In summer, shade might matter. In winter, shelter mattered more. In wet weather, dry firewood became valuable. In cold weather, warmth became essential. The same riverbank could feel completely different depending on the season. The men had to adapt. They learned to recognize weather patterns. They watched clouds. They noticed wind direction. They observed animals. They listened to people who knew the country. They understood that nature was not merely background. Nature determined the possibilities of the journey. The expedition's scientific observations were partly an attempt to understand this environment. They recorded temperatures. They noted flowering plants. They observed animals. They described landscapes. They tried to understand the natural systems they encountered. This information became important to American science. But the men also experienced nature physically. They felt the cold, they sweated in the heat, they walked through mud, they slept on wet ground, they crossed snow, they endured insects, they smelled forests and rivers, they heard animals at night. Their knowledge was not purely intellectual, it was bodily. They knew the landscape because they lived inside it. Modern readers can sometimes forget this. When we see a map, the West looks simple. A line across a page, a few rivers, a few mountains. But the actual journey was physically demanding. The map cannot show the weight of a backpack. It cannot show the exhaustion after climbing. It cannot show the feeling of cold rain on clothing. It cannot show the sound of a river beside a campsite. It cannot show the relief of sitting down after a long day. The journals help restore some of that human scale. They show that exploration was made by people with tired bodies. The men were not machines. They needed rest. They became sick. They suffered injuries. They experienced pain. They missed home. They became frustrated. They also experienced wonder. The first sight of the Rocky Mountains must have been extraordinary. The Pacific must have been unforgettable. The enormous plains must have seemed almost endless. New animals and plants created moments of curiosity. The people they met provided new experiences. The expedition was physically difficult, but it was also intellectually stimulating. Every day offered something new. And every evening gave the men time to process it. That is why the journal entries are so important. The day's journey could become a written record. The writer could stop and think. What had happened? What had been seen? What had been learned? What needed to be remembered? Writing slowed the experience down. It turned movement into memory. The pen created permanence. A moment beside a river could survive for centuries because someone wrote it down. This is especially meaningful when thinking about the hidden campsites. The campsite itself may be gone, but the journal can tell us that it existed. The writer might have recorded where the group stopped. That single sentence can preserve a place. It is almost as if the journal becomes the campsite's monument, not a stone monument, not a building, a sentence, a date, a location, a memory, and that memory can be enough to bring the place back to life. Imagine a quiet night on the Missouri. The expedition has stopped. The men are tired, the river is dark, the fire is low. The journal is open, a few lines are written. The writer looks up, the stars are bright. Perhaps the writer pauses for a moment before closing the journal. The words are finished. The day is recorded, tomorrow can come later. For now there is nothing more to do, the journal is closed. The blanket is pulled closer. The fire becomes smaller. The river continues. That tiny moment is not dramatic, but it is history. The expedition's most famous achievements were built from thousands of such moments. There was no single instant when the continent was conquered or completely understood. Instead, knowledge accumulated gradually. One observation, one conversation, one map, one river, one mountain, one campsite, one night, then another. The journey continued because the men kept moving. And they could keep moving because they kept resting. This is perhaps the simplest explanation for the expedition's endurance. They accepted the rhythm. Travel when conditions allow, stop when necessary, rest, begin again. The same rhythm exists in many long journeys. A person does not need to think about the entire distance at once. The next step is enough. The next campsite is enough. The next morning is enough. For the Corps of Discovery, this approach eventually carried them across an entire continent. Their journey began as an enormous unknown. It ended as a recorded experience. They returned with maps, observations, specimens, and memories, but the land itself had also changed them. They had seen a scale of geography that few Americans of their time could imagine. They had learned to live without many comforts. They had learned to depend on one another. They had learned that the continent was not empty. It was filled with communities, languages, trade routes, animals, rivers, mountains, and histories. Their experience was more complicated than a simple story of discovery. They had entered an already inhabited world. They had traveled through places known intimately by others. They had depended on local knowledge. And they had become part of a much larger historical process. Today, remembering the expedition means remembering all of those layers, the famous explorers, the members of the Corps. Sacagawea and her baby, York. The native nations they encountered, the people who helped them, the people whose lands they crossed, The rivers, the mountains, the animals, the weather, and the quiet campsites all belong to the story. The campsites may be the quietest part. They do not demand attention. They do not shout. They do not move. They simply invite us to pause, to imagine the evening, to imagine the fire, to imagine the river, to imagine the people who once sat there, and then to remember that they eventually left. The journey always continued. The fire went out. The camp disappeared. The river remained. The morning came and the men walked on. There was always another morning waiting beyond the darkness. For the men of the Corps of Discovery, morning meant movement. The quiet campsite became busy again. The fire was stirred, supplies were gathered, horses were prepared, canoes were checked. The last pieces of camp were packed. Then little by little, the signs of human presence disappeared. The men moved toward the river. The boats entered the water, paddles dipped into the current. The campsite remained behind. This happened so often that the act of leaving must eventually have become almost automatic. Yet every departure carried the same small uncertainty. What would the next campsite look like? Would it be dry? Would there be enough firewood? Would the river be calm? Would there be game nearby? Would the weather remain favorable? The men could never know for certain. They simply moved forward. That was the character of the expedition. It was a journey built on incomplete information. Every day revealed something new, and every new discovery changed what the men expected next. The further west they traveled, the more they learned. They learned about the geography. They learned about the climate. They learned about the plants and animals. They learned about the native nations. They learned about the rivers. They learned about themselves. The journey became an education through experience. No classroom could have provided what the expedition experienced. The men learned by doing. They learned how to move a boat through difficult water. They learned how to recognize useful trails. They learned how to travel through forests. They learned how to cross open plains. They learned how to survive cold nights. They learned how to protect supplies. They learned how to organize a large group far from any settlement. And they learned how important rest could be. The campsite was where the lessons of the day settled into memory. A difficult river crossing could be discussed around the fire. A successful hunt could provide dinner. A conversation with native travelers could change tomorrow's plan. An observation about the weather could influence the route. The evening was therefore not wasted time. It was part of the expedition's work. Rest and planning happened together. The men also needed time to care for themselves. A person's feet might be sore, clothing might be damaged, a weapon might need cleaning, a blanket might need drying, food might need preparation. Small problems could become large problems if ignored. The campsite was where these problems could be handled before they became dangerous. This was one of the hidden skills of expedition life. Survival often depended less on dramatic bravery than on ordinary maintenance. Keep the equipment working, keep the fire burning, keep the animals healthy, keep food available, keep the group together, keep moving. It sounds simple, but repeating these tasks for thousands of miles required discipline. The men had to continue even when they were tired. And they had to rest before exhaustion made continuing impossible. This balance between movement and rest was central to the expedition. It was especially important during the winter at Fort Clatsop. The men had reached the Pacific, but their work was not finished. They had to survive the winter. Rain was frequent. Food was not always abundant. The environment was unfamiliar, yet the group established a routine. The fort provided a more stable shelter than most campsites. The men could store supplies. They could organize their belongings. They could rest. They could prepare for the return journey. The Pacific itself was not the end. It was a turning point. The men had achieved the major objective of reaching the western coast. Now they had to go home. That changed the emotional character of the journey. The westward trip had been filled with uncertainty. The return journey was different. The men knew that they had crossed the continent. They had already survived the most unknown parts. Now they could retrace much of the route. They still faced danger, but there was a sense of familiarity. They knew what lay behind them. They could remember earlier campsites. They could recognize landscapes. They could anticipate certain rivers. They knew where some native communities were located. The country was no longer entirely mysterious. The return journey also offered opportunities to observe things they had missed on the way west. The expedition split into smaller groups at times. Different members explored different areas. This allowed them to gather more information. Lewis and Clark were not simply retracing their exact route. They were trying to learn as much as possible. The journey remained an expedition of discovery, yet the closer they came to home, the stronger the feeling of return must have become. Imagine spending more than 2 years away from your family. Your home had become distant. Your old routines had disappeared. The people you left behind had continued living their lives while you traveled through mountains and rivers. You had changed. The world at home had changed. Now, every mile east brought you closer to people and places you had not seen for a very long time. The campsites along the return journey must have carried a different emotional meaning. The men were no longer simply travelers going into the unknown. They were travelers coming home. A familiar river might bring back memories of the first journey. A familiar campsite might remind them of the people they had been when they first passed through. The men themselves had changed. Experience does that. A person who spends 2 years traveling through wilderness cannot return exactly as they left. They had learned skills, they had developed friendships, they had endured hardships, they had seen landscapes that most Americans would never see, they had crossed a continent. The return to civilization must have felt almost strange. The further east they traveled, the more signs of settlement appeared. The wilderness gradually gave way to a more familiar world. The sounds of people became more common. The roads became easier, trade routes became more active. Eventually, the expedition reached St. Louis. The journey that had begun in 1804 was over. The men had returned in 1806. The country celebrated their arrival. The expedition had succeeded. But success did not erase the difficulty of the journey. It simply gave the difficulty meaning. Every cold night, every difficult crossing, every long march, every uncomfortable campsite, every meal eaten beside a river, every page written in a journal, every mile traveled, all of it had contributed to the final return. The hidden campsites therefore form a kind of invisible chain across the continent. One night connects to the next, one day connects to another. The men moved through a landscape that was enormous, but their progress was measured in small units. Today, tonight, tomorrow. That is how the expedition crossed America, not all at once, not quickly, but steadily. This is perhaps why the journey can feel calming when imagined slowly. There is a natural rhythm to it. A river flows, a paddle enters the water, a foot touches the trail, a fire burns, a journal page turns, a person sleeps, morning arrives, the journey continues. Nothing has to happen immediately. The landscape does not hurry. The expedition does not hurry. The story unfolds one evening at a time. The campsites also remind us how temporary human presence can be. The men stayed for a night, sometimes several nights. Then they moved, the place returned to silence. This is very different from the way modern society often marks important events. Today, a historic event may receive a plaque, a building may be preserved, a monument may be constructed, a road may be named. The Lewis and Clark expedition left some of these things behind eventually. But during the journey itself, most events were unmarked. The men did not stop to build monuments. They had work to do. The greatest memorial they created was the record. The journals became the lasting evidence. They preserved the route. They preserved the observations. They preserved the encounters. They preserved the difficulties. They preserved the ordinary nights. And because the journals survived, modern people can imagine the journey. The campsites may not be visible, but the words point toward them. This creates a special kind of historical experience. You can stand in a place where the exact campsite is uncertain. You can read the old description, you can look at the river, and you can imagine. The imagination does not replace evidence, but it can help us understand what evidence means. A journal entry becomes more vivid when you understand the landscape. A map becomes more meaningful when you imagine walking through it. A campsite becomes more human when you picture the tired travelers who once slept there. History is not only dates, it is place. It is movement, it is weather, it is people, it is sound. It is silence, and the expedition contains all of these. The native nations they encountered also remain an essential part of the story. The explorers were never traveling through a truly empty wilderness. They crossed territories belonging to different peoples. These communities had established systems of trade and diplomacy. They knew the land intimately. Their knowledge often made the expedition possible. The explorers depended on native assistance for horses, information, food, and routes. Some meetings were peaceful. Others were tense. The expedition's relationships with native nations varied widely. There was no single native response to the expedition. Each nation had its own interests and circumstances. This complexity is important. The American West was not one unified culture. It was a vast region containing many nations with different languages, traditions, political structures, and relationships with one another. The expedition entered this complicated world. Their journals recorded what they saw, but always from their own perspective. Modern historians can compare those records with native histories and archaeological evidence. This helps create a more complete picture. The campsites become places where multiple histories overlap. The explorers remembered one night. The people who lived in the region had much older memories of the same landscape. A riverbank could have been part of a hunting route for generations. A valley could have been known through family traditions. A trail could have connected communities long before the expedition arrived. The explorers were passing through a world that already had its own geography of memory. This is one of the most important things to remember when imagining the expedition. The landscape was not empty. It was full of life and history. The quiet campsite belonged to the explorers only temporarily. The land itself belonged to a much larger human story. That story continued after they left, and it continues today. Native communities still exist. Their languages, traditions, and histories remain important. Many descendants of the people who encountered Lewis and Clark continue to tell their own versions of the past. These perspectives help balance the old image of the expedition as simply a heroic journey of discovery. The continent was not discovered in any absolute sense. It was explored by Americans who were entering regions already known and inhabited by others. What they discovered was new to them and to many people in the United States. That distinction matters. It also makes the story more interesting. The expedition was not a simple line from ignorance to knowledge. It was an encounter between different kinds of knowledge: European-American maps, native geographic knowledge, scientific observation, oral traditions, practical survival skills, trade networks. All of these forms of knowledge came together along the route. Sometimes the most important information came from people whose names were never written down. A native guide pointing toward a trail, a hunter explaining where animals could be found, a community sharing information about the river, a person showing the explorers how to cross difficult terrain. These contributions helped the expedition continue. The famous names are only part of the story. The quiet campsites remind us of everyone else, people whose names may have disappeared, people who helped for a moment, people who shared a meal, people who exchanged information, people who watched the expedition pass through their homeland. History is often like that. The record remembers some people clearly, others remain in the background. But the journey depended on all of them. As night falls over the modern landscape, it is possible to imagine the old expedition without pretending that the past can be perfectly recreated. The river is dark. The trees are silhouettes. The wind moves softly. Somewhere nearby, perhaps, was one of those temporary camps. The men were tired, the fire was warm, the journal was open. The next day's route had been discussed. The horses were resting, the boats were secure. The stars were above them for a few hours. There was nothing more to discover, there was only rest. The fire slowly became smaller. The voices became quieter. The last pieces of wood collapsed into glowing embers. One by one, the men fell asleep. The river continued flowing through the darkness. And the campsite waited for morning. Morning light slowly spread across the riverbank. The campsite that had seemed so important during the night began to disappear into the ordinary landscape. The men packed their belongings. The horses were prepared. The boats were pushed toward the water. The fire was covered. Then the expedition moved on. Behind them remained only flattened grass, ashes, and footprints. In a few days, even those traces would become difficult to see. This was the quiet nature of the journey. The men were constantly creating temporary homes and abandoning them. They carried their lives with them. Their possessions moved from campsite to campsite. Their journals moved with them. Their maps moved with them. Their memories moved with them. The landscape stayed behind. In a way, the expedition was a moving line of human experience passing through an enormous natural world. Every campsite was a brief pause along that line. The men might never see the same place again, yet the place could remain in their memories. A beautiful sunset might be remembered, a difficult night might be remembered, a conversation might be remembered, a strange animal might be remembered, a peaceful riverbank might be remembered simply because the men had been unusually tired there. Memory does not always preserve the most important things. Sometimes it preserves the smallest details: a smell, a sound, a particular light, a quiet morning, a fire, a river. The expedition's journals performed a similar function. They preserved details that might otherwise have disappeared. A modern reader can open those records and discover the small moments. Not every entry is dramatic, many are simple, but the simplicity is valuable. It gives us a sense of the daily rhythm: travel, observe, record, camp, rest, travel again. This rhythm continued for months. And because the expedition traveled through so many different environments, the same routine occurred in very different settings. One night might be beside a wide prairie, another beneath tall trees, another near a mountain stream, another on a rocky shore, another in a damp coastal forest. The scenery changed, the routine remained. This contrast is one of the most beautiful aspects of the expedition. The men were constantly moving through unfamiliar environments while maintaining familiar habits. It helped them adapt. Human beings often create routines wherever they live. The expedition was no different. Even without permanent homes, the men created a sense of order. They knew who would perform certain tasks. They knew when to prepare food. They knew how to organize supplies. They knew how to prepare for sleep. This order was especially valuable because the outside world was unpredictable. The river could change. The weather could change. Animals could appear unexpectedly. People could arrive. A trail could disappear. The routine provided something stable. The expedition also had to manage time differently from modern travelers. There were no exact schedules in the modern sense. The sun determined much of the day. Daylight mattered. Darkness limited movement. Weather mattered. River conditions mattered. The expedition could not simply decide to travel faster because a deadline was approaching. The landscape set the pace. This created a slower relationship with time. A day could be long. A night could feel even longer during bad weather. A pleasant evening might seem to pass quickly, but there was always another morning. The men had to accept the pace of the world around them. That patience was necessary. It also meant that the men experienced the passing seasons directly. They watched spring become summer, summer become autumn, autumn become winter. Then winter slowly becomes spring again. The landscape changed around them. Trees changed color, snow appeared. Rivers changed, animals changed their behavior, food sources changed. The men adapted their routines accordingly. During warmer months, travel could begin earlier. During cold periods, warmth became more important. Rain could determine whether a campsite was comfortable. A sunny day could make a long journey easier. The expedition's scientific observations were therefore closely connected to time. The men were recording not only where they were, but when they were there. A plant blooming in a particular season could provide useful information. An animal appearing at a certain time could reveal migration patterns. Weather observations could help future travelers understand the region. The journals were becoming a calendar of the American West. They recorded the seasonal rhythm of places that many Americans had never seen. This made the expedition scientifically important. But science was not always the first thing on the men's minds. Sometimes they were simply trying to get through the day. A difficult mountain climb does not become easier because it is scientifically interesting. A cold night is still cold. A hungry traveler is still hungry. The expedition members experienced both curiosity and exhaustion. Those two feelings existed together. The same man who carefully recorded an unfamiliar plant might later collapse into his blanket after a long day. The same person who admired a mountain might also worry about how to cross it. The landscape could be beautiful and difficult at the same time. This is another reason the campsites matter. They were places where beauty and hardship met. A sunset could be spectacular even when the men were exhausted. A river could look beautiful while being dangerous. A forest could provide shelter while also making travel difficult. A mountain could inspire wonder while demanding enormous effort. The expedition did not experience nature as scenery. They experienced it as a force that affected every decision. That difference is easy to forget when looking at historical paintings or modern photographs. A beautiful mountain view can make the journey seem peaceful, but reaching that viewpoint might have required hours of difficult travel. The campsite at the end of that day would therefore have been especially welcome. The men could sit down, they could breathe, they could eat. They could look at the landscape without having to move through it. For a few hours, the mountain was simply a mountain. The river was simply a river. The sky was simply the sky. The men were no longer trying to overcome the landscape. They were resting within it. Perhaps those were some of the most peaceful moments of the entire expedition. The same may have been true on the plains. The Great Plains could seem endless. The horizon stretched far beyond what the men were accustomed to seeing. There were few obvious landmarks in some areas. Traveling through such a landscape required patience. The campsite offered a point of reference, a place where the men could stop and say, in effect, this is where we are tonight. Tomorrow the horizon would change. The next campsite would be somewhere farther along. The journey would continue. The expedition's relationship with the rivers was even more important. Rivers were highways. They carried the canoes. They provided water. They offered food. They shaped the route. But rivers could also become dangerous. Strong currents, rocks, rapids, fallen trees, changing water levels, all could threaten the expedition. The men learned to read the water. They watched its surface. They looked for signs of danger. They listened to people who knew the river. They adjusted their route. At night, however, the river became quieter. The same water that had challenged them during the day could become a peaceful presence. The sound of flowing water could fill the darkness. For someone lying beneath a blanket, the river might become almost like background music. It was always moving, always present, always continuing towards somewhere else. The expedition's journey had a similar quality. The men were always moving, always toward another place, always toward another morning, always toward another river. The journey had no pause longer than necessary. Even when they rested, they were preparing to continue. That makes the final return to St. Louis especially meaningful. Eventually, the movement stopped. The expedition no longer needed to create temporary camps every night. The men could stay in permanent buildings. They could sleep in ordinary beds. They could eat food that did not depend on hunting. They could speak with people from their own communities. They could live without constantly thinking about the next campsite. But perhaps the rhythm of the trail never completely disappeared from their memories. A person who has spent years traveling can carry the habit of movement for a lifetime. The quiet of the wilderness can remain memorable. The sound of a river at night can bring back an old journey. The smell of wood smoke can remind someone of a distant campsite. A certain mountain can bring back an entire season. The men had crossed the continent. The continent had become part of them. Their return was celebrated because of the importance of what they had accomplished. But the celebration could not fully capture the daily reality of the journey. A speech could not reproduce the sound of rain on a tent. A map could not reproduce the exhaustion of walking. A museum display could not reproduce the feeling of sitting beside a fire after a long day. Only imagination, guided by the records, can bring some of that experience back. And imagination works best when it is quiet. Picture the river at night. There is no crowd, no modern road nearby, no bright lights. Only the dark water. The trees are almost invisible. The stars are bright. The campsite is small. A fire burns in the center. The men sit around it. They are not thinking about history. They are thinking about tomorrow. Someone checks the weather. Someone looks at the equipment. Someone writes. Someone talks softly. The horses move through the grass. The river makes a steady sound. Eventually, the conversation fades. The fire becomes lower. One person lies down, then another. The campsite becomes quiet. The expedition sleeps. For a while, nothing happens. The river continues. The wind moves through the trees. The stars remain above. Then the eastern sky begins to light. The night is ending. Another day is coming. The expedition will move again. And somewhere behind it, another campsite will become just another quiet place along the river. This pattern is what made the journey possible. The famous moments were separated by ordinary nights. The Pacific was separated from St. Louis by countless evenings of rest. The mountains were separated from the plains by hundreds of miles of travel. The expedition's achievements were connected by sleep. That may sound strange, but it is true. Every journey requires stopping. Every traveler needs a place to rest. The campsites were therefore not interruptions to the expedition. They were part of its structure. Without them, there could be no journey. The men needed places where their bodies could recover. They needed places where plans could be made. They needed places where knowledge could be recorded. They needed places where the group could remain together. The campsite was the quiet machinery behind the expedition's success. It did not appear in the headlines. It did not become famous at the time. But night after night, it made the next day possible. And so the story of Lewis and Clark can be remembered in another way, not simply as a story of two explorers crossing a continent, but as a story of hundreds of evenings, hundreds of small fires, hundreds of quiet riverbanks, hundreds of mornings, each one carrying the men a little farther, each one bringing them closer to the Pacific, then eventually closer to home. The great journey was built from ordinary nights, and perhaps that is why those nights are still worth imagining, because beneath the famous history there were simply people, tired people, curious people, people who sometimes felt afraid, people who sometimes laughed, people who missed home, people who looked at unfamiliar landscapes with wonder, and people who, at the end of a long day, simply wanted somewhere safe to sleep. The fire burned beside them. The river flowed beside the fire. The stars watched from above. And for one more night, the continent became quiet. The journey continued quietly toward its final chapters. By this point, the men had learned that a successful expedition was not made from one great achievement. It was made from patience. It was made from careful decisions. It was made from knowing when to move and when to rest. And every evening, the same quiet question returned. Where would they sleep tonight? Sometimes the answer was obvious. A level patch of ground beside a river, a sheltered area beneath trees, a grassy bank above the water. Other times, the decision required more thought. The men had to consider weather, water, firewood, animals, and safety. The perfect campsite did not exist. There was only the best place available at that particular moment. That was enough. As the expedition moved farther along its route, the men became increasingly familiar with the rhythm of choosing such places. They could look at a landscape and quickly notice its useful features. A stand of trees meant fuel. A river meant water. A meadow meant grazing. A raised bank meant protection from rising water. A sheltered hollow could provide relief from wind. The landscape spoke through these small details. The men had learned to listen. Their experience had transformed them. At the beginning of the expedition, many things were unfamiliar. By the end, the men had developed instincts that could only come from months of travel. They understood the difference between a promising campsite and a dangerous one. They could recognize signs of changing weather. They knew when a river was becoming difficult. They knew how much work remained before darkness. They had learned to think ahead. That ability may have been one of their greatest accomplishments. Exploration was not simply about discovering what was in front of you. It was about anticipating what might come next. A good traveler always thought about tomorrow. Where would food come from? Where would water come from? Could the group cross the next river? Would the horses have enough grass? Would the weather permit travel? These questions were part of everyday life, and every campsite offered a brief opportunity to consider them. As the men rested, the expedition's leaders could look at maps and journals. They could review the route. They could compare observations. They could decide where to go next. The maps they carried were becoming increasingly valuable. Every new observation added detail. Every river they crossed became another line. Every mountain became another point of reference. Every conversation with local people could improve their understanding. The continent was slowly becoming clearer, not completely, not perfectly, but clearer, and that was the purpose of exploration. Knowledge grows gradually. One observation may seem small, another may seem equally small, but eventually the pieces form a larger picture. The expedition's records became those pieces. Years later, people could look at them and understand the country in ways that had not been possible before. The men had not simply crossed the continent. They had left behind information about it. That information would influence future generations. But during the journey, the men could not see the future. They were simply living one day at a time. That is perhaps the most human part of the story. We know what happened afterward. They did not. We know the expedition would become famous. They could not know how famous. We know that their route would appear on maps. They could not imagine modern maps. We know that millions of Americans would eventually live in places they passed through. They could not imagine those cities. They could not imagine highways. They could not imagine bridges crossing the rivers. They could not imagine airplanes flying above the mountains. They could not imagine the vast country that would develop around their route. For them, the land was simply the land. The river was simply the river. The night was simply the night. This gives the story a peaceful quality. The future was unknown, but the present was enough. The men had food for tonight, they had shelter, they had one another, they had a fire, they had the river, they could rest. Tomorrow would take care of itself when it arrived. That feeling is easy to understand even today. After a long day, there is comfort in knowing that nothing more needs to be done. The work is finished. The lights are low. The room is quiet. The mind begins to slow. For the explorers, the equivalent was a campsite beneath the open sky. The fire became a small circle of warmth. Outside that circle was darkness. Beyond the darkness were forests, plains, mountains, and rivers. But none of it required immediate attention. The men could simply rest. Perhaps someone looked upward. The night sky in the early 19th century was far darker than the sky over most modern cities. There were no electric lights spreading across the horizon, no illuminated buildings, no headlights moving along distant highways. The stars would have appeared enormous. The Milky Way would have been more visible. The sky could seem almost endless. For travelers who had spent months beneath it, the stars may have become familiar companions. They provided no directions that could replace maps, but they were part of the environment. Every night they returned. The same constellations appeared. The same moon changed shape. The same darkness covered the land. The expedition's people changed. The landscape changed. The weather changed, but the sky remained a constant presence. Perhaps someone occasionally thought about home while looking upward. The stars seen from the wilderness were the same stars seen from Missouri. The same moon could shine over distant families. The same night could connect people separated by thousands of miles. That thought might have brought comfort. The expedition was far away, but the sky was familiar. And so, even in the middle of an unknown continent, there were small reminders of home. The journey also created new forms of home. The group itself became a family of sorts. Shared hardship can create strong bonds. The men knew each other's habits. They knew who was dependable. They knew who could repair equipment. They knew who was good at hunting. They knew who could navigate difficult water. They knew who could keep calm during stressful moments. These skills became valuable. Every member had a role. The expedition could not function if everyone tried to do the same thing. Different abilities supported the group. Some men were strong boatmen. Some were skilled hunters. Some were better at observation. Some had medical knowledge. Some were experienced with horses. Some were useful in repairing equipment. The success of the journey depended on cooperation. At night, these different people shared the same fire. Their backgrounds might have been different, but for that moment, they were simply travelers resting together. The presence of York was particularly notable. As William Clark's enslaved man and companion, York traveled the entire expedition and became an important member of the group. His strength and skills were recognized by many of the people they encountered. His story also reminds us that the expedition existed within the institution of slavery. The men who traveled west were living in a society where freedom and slavery existed side by side. York's experience was different from that of the other members of the Corps. He did not return to ordinary life with the same legal freedom as the white members of the expedition. Remembering the journey honestly means remembering this contradiction. The expedition could represent exploration and scientific curiosity, while also reflecting the inequalities of early American society. History is rarely simple. A peaceful campsite does not erase those realities. Instead, it gives us a quiet place from which to think about them. The same is true of the native nations encountered along the route. The expedition's story includes cooperation, diplomacy, trade, misunderstanding, and the beginnings of larger changes that would affect the West for generations. The explorers saw a landscape that many Americans considered distant, but for Native peoples it was home. Their presence was not temporary. Their histories reached far into the past. The expedition passed through their world. Then it continued. The people remained. This distinction is important. The explorer's journey was temporary. The native nation's relationship with the land was much older. A campsite might therefore represent only one night in a place where generations had lived, traveled, hunted, traded, and remembered. When we look at the expedition this way, the landscape becomes deeper. The river carries more than water. The trail carries more than footsteps. The campsite carries more than ashes. It becomes part of a much longer human story. And still, after all those layers of history, the night can remain peaceful. The wind does not need to know who once slept beside the river. The stars do not need to remember names. The water continues moving. History is carried by people. Nature continues in its own rhythm. That contrast is one of the most calming things about the story. Human events can feel enormous while they are happening, but time places them inside a much larger world. The expedition lasted a little more than 2 years. The mountains had existed for millions of years. The rivers had been flowing long before the men arrived. The forests had grown and disappeared through countless generations. The stars had watched the continent for an unimaginably long time. The expedition was important, but it was also brief. A human life is brief. A journey is brief. A campsite is even briefer. Yet brief moments can still matter. The men may have spent only one night beside a particular river, but that night was part of their story. That is enough. Eventually, the expedition returned home. The men reached St. Louis in September. 1,806 people who had feared the expedition lost now learned that it had succeeded. The explorers had returned with valuable information. The journey was over. But the story was only beginning. The journals would survive, the maps would circulate, the reports would be read. The names of Lewis and Clark would become familiar. The expedition would become part of American history, and the quiet campsites would remain mostly invisible. Perhaps that is fitting. The expedition was famous for discovery, but its survival depended on countless moments nobody considered famous. A man gathering firewood, another repairing a strap, someone preparing food. Someone writing a journal entry, someone watching the horses, someone checking the river, someone falling asleep beside a small fire. These moments were not celebrated, they simply happened. But without them, the expedition could not have continued. The great journey was built from ordinary work and ordinary rest, night after night, morning after morning. The continent was crossed one small step at a time. Today, we remember the expedition because of the major events: the Missouri, the Rocky Mountains, the Pacific, the return to St. Louis. But beneath those landmarks lies a quieter story, a story of people stopping beside rivers, a story of fires glowing under dark skies, a story of tired travelers sleeping beneath blankets, a story of journals being written in the dim light, a story of temporary places becoming permanent memories. That is the story of the hidden campsites. They were never meant to last. They were not built as monuments. They existed only because the men needed somewhere to sleep. And then they disappeared. But history has a strange way of preserving what people thought was temporary. The ashes vanished. The footprints disappeared. The grass grew again. The river continued. But the memory remained. Tonight, somewhere along those old routes, the landscape is quiet again. The rivers still move through the darkness. The trees still respond to the wind. The stars still appear above the mountains and plains. And if we imagine carefully, we can picture a small fire from another century. A few tired travelers sit around it. Their journey is not finished. Tomorrow they will move again. But tonight they are safe. The work is done. The fire is warm. The river is nearby. The sky is clear. There is nothing more they need to do. The men slowly settle down. The fire becomes smaller. The final conversation fades. The night grows deeper. And the hidden campsite becomes quiet. The expedition sleeps. The continent sleeps around it. The river continues its slow journey through the darkness. And for a few peaceful hours, history itself seems to rest. The night passed quietly, nothing extraordinary happened, and perhaps that was exactly what the men needed. After months of uncertainty, a peaceful night was its own kind of success. The fire had gone out, the ashes were cold, the river continued moving beneath the darkness. Then the first light of morning appeared. Another campsite was ending. The men would soon leave it behind. This was how much of the expedition's history disappeared. Not through dramatic destruction, not through a single great event, simply through departure. People moved on, nature continued, time passed, and the campsite became part of the landscape again. The expedition's route was therefore made of places that were both important and temporary. The men could not know which places would someday become famous. They did not know which rivers would receive their names. They did not know which mountains would appear in history books. They did not know that future generations would study their journals to understand the American West. They only knew that another day had begun. The practical work returned: food, water, equipment, animals, boats, maps. The journey, the men moved forward. And so the story slowly approached its end. The great distance between St. Louis and the Pacific had been crossed. The return journey had begun. Eventually, the familiar waters of the Missouri brought them back toward civilization. The river that had once carried them west now carried them home. There must have been something comforting about that familiarity. The same river system that had once represented the beginning of an uncertain adventure now represented the final stage of the journey. The men knew more about it. They knew its bends. They knew its dangers. They knew its possibilities. They had changed since the first days. They had become experienced travelers, but the river itself remained. That continuity is one of the most beautiful parts of the story. A human being can change enormously in 2 years. A landscape can seem almost unchanged. The men had memories now. The river had only water. They carried the journey inside themselves. The river simply continued flowing. Eventually, the expedition reached St. Louis. The return must have felt strange. After so much time away, ordinary civilization could almost seem unfamiliar. Buildings, people, familiar roads, familiar voices. The ordinary sounds of settled life. After sleeping beside rivers and beneath open skies for so long, a permanent home must have felt different. The journey was finished. The men could finally stop. There was no need to choose another campsite that evening. No need to search for firewood. No need to wonder where they would sleep. No need to plan the next river crossing. The expedition had reached home, yet the campsites remained part of the story. Hundreds of nights had connected the beginning and the end. The men had spent countless evenings beside rivers, forests, plains, and mountains. Those nights were mostly forgotten by the public. The major events became famous. The quiet nights did not. But without the quiet nights, the major events would never have happened. Every famous moment had an ordinary evening somewhere behind it. The crossing of a mountain was preceded by a night of rest. The discovery of a river was followed by a campsite. The arrival at the Pacific came after months of ordinary travel. The return to St. Louis came after countless nights on the trail. History is often remembered through highlights. Life is lived through repetition. The expedition teaches us the difference. Most of the journey was not dramatic. Most of it was simply work, travel, rest, observe, record, repeat. That repetition is what carried the men across the continent. And perhaps there is a lesson in that for anyone listening tonight. Large journeys do not need to be completed all at once. A long road is traveled 1 mile at a time. A difficult task is completed 1 step at a time. A story is written 1 page at a time. A night passes 1 quiet hour at a time. The Corps of Discovery crossed a continent in exactly this way. They did not know every answer. They did not see the entire route. They simply continued. When they reached a river, they crossed it. When they reached a mountain, they climbed it. When darkness came, they rested. Then they began again. There is something deeply peaceful about that rhythm. The expedition did not need to know everything. It only needed to keep moving when the time was right. And when the time was not right, it needed to stop. The campsites represented those moments of stopping. They were places of patience, places of recovery, places where the expedition could breathe. Perhaps that is why the hidden campsites are worth remembering even when their exact locations are uncertain. They represent something larger than geography. They represent the pause between one challenge and another. The quiet between 2 days, the moment when movement becomes stillness, the fire becomes light, the river becomes sound. The sky becomes a ceiling without walls, and the traveler becomes simply a person resting. The expedition members were not heroes every moment. They were human beings. They became tired, they became hungry, they became cold, they sometimes became sick, they sometimes disagreed, they sometimes worried, they also laughed. They admired beautiful landscapes, they enjoyed successful hunts. They became excited by new discoveries, they formed friendships, they experienced moments of wonder. The campsite contained all of these emotions. It was the place where the public expedition became a private human experience. During the day, the men were explorers. At night, they were simply tired travelers. That distinction makes the story feel more real. It also makes the expedition feel less distant. 2 centuries separate us from them. But exhaustion is still exhaustion. Warmth is still warmth. A peaceful river is still peaceful. A clear night sky is still beautiful. The comfort of reaching a safe campsite after a difficult day is still easy to understand. The physical world creates a connection between generations. The men looked at the same moon. They heard the same wind. They watched rivers move beneath the same stars. They experienced sunrise and sunset just as we do. The details of life were different. The basic human experience was not. This is why historical storytelling can become almost meditative. The past is not only a collection of facts, it is a series of human moments. And when those moments are imagined slowly, they can become surprisingly peaceful. Picture one final campsite. The expedition has been traveling for a long time. The men are tired, the evening is cool. The river moves quietly beside them. The horses are resting, the boats are secure. The fire burns gently, there is food, there is shelter, there is enough. Someone opens a journal. The day's events are written down. The words describe the weather, the distance, the landscape, perhaps a plant, perhaps an animal, perhaps a river. Nothing sounds extraordinary, but centuries later, those words help us imagine the night. The writer closes the journal, the book is put away, the men settle beneath their blankets. The fire begins to fade, the sky grows darker, the river continues, the stars appear. One by one, the sounds of the campsite become softer. The expedition is quiet, tomorrow will come, but it does not need to come yet. Tonight is enough, the land is still, the river is steady. The wind moves gently through the grass. The fire becomes a small glow, the travelers sleep. And eventually, even their memories become part of history. The campsites disappear, the people disappear. The equipment disappears, the old maps become fragile, the pages become yellow, the world changes. But the story remains. Today, we can follow the route on a modern map. We can visit historic sites. We can stand beside the rivers. We can look toward the mountains. We can imagine the distance. But the most important part may be something much simpler. We can remember that every great journey contains quiet moments. Every expedition needs rest. Every traveler needs a place to stop. And every night, no matter how far away from home, eventually becomes morning. Lewis and Clark's expedition ended long ago. The Corps of Discovery returned to St. Louis in 1806. The men went on to different lives. Some became famous. Some returned to ordinary work. Some continued exploring. Some disappeared from public memory. But their journey remained. The maps remained. The journals remained. And the landscape remained. The rivers they followed still flow. The mountains they crossed still rise. The plains still stretch toward distant horizons. The Pacific still receives the waters of the western rivers. And somewhere along those enormous routes are the places where the men once stopped. Most are not marked. Most do not look special. A patch of ground, a riverbank, a quiet bend in a stream, a meadow, a forest clearing. Perhaps nothing distinguishes one from thousands of similar places. Yet once long ago, someone looked at that ground and decided it was good enough for the night. A fire was made, a meal was prepared, a journal was written, people slept, morning came, they left, that is all, and somehow that is enough to make the place part of history. The hidden campsites do not need monuments. They do not need grand buildings. Their meaning comes from the people who once rested there and the journey they were part of. The real story is not only where they went, it is how they got there, one day. One river, one trail, one camp, one night, then another. The continent was crossed in this quiet rhythm. And when we slow down enough to imagine it, the expedition becomes less like a list of famous events and more like a long journey beneath an enormous sky. The men walked, the boats moved, the horses followed, the rivers flowed, the seasons changed, the nights arrived, and the fires burned. Then the fires went out, morning returned. The journey continued. Tonight, the same landscape is quieter. Modern life may surround many of the old routes, but the rivers still move beneath the stars. The mountains still hold their silhouettes against the sky. The wind still moves through the grass, and the night still arrives without hurry. Perhaps somewhere near an old campsite, the river is making the same gentle sound it made more than 2 centuries ago. The explorers are gone, their voices are gone, their footsteps are gone, but the water remains. And if you imagine that old campsite one last time, there is no need to make it dramatic. Let the fire remain small. Let the voices remain quiet. Let the stars fill the sky. Let the river continue moving. The expedition has traveled far enough. The men have done their work. The journals are closed. The boats are resting. The horses are quiet. The night is peaceful. Nothing more needs to happen. For a few hours, the great continent is still. The hidden campsite disappears into darkness. And history at last becomes quiet. The river keeps flowing. The stars remain above. Morning is still far away. And the old trail waits silently beneath the night. The old trail waited beneath the night, just as it had waited for countless travelers before and after the expedition. Long after the core of discovery had disappeared into history, the landscape continued its own quiet life. Spring returned. Summer followed. Autumn covered the forests with changing colors. Winter brought snow and cold. Then spring returned again. The rivers rose and fell, trees grew, branches broke. New trees replaced old ones, animals moved through the valleys, birds followed seasonal paths. The land continued changing in ways that were almost impossible for a human lifetime to notice. And somewhere within that changing landscape were memories of the expedition. Some memories were written, some were passed down through families and communities. Some became names on maps, others simply disappeared. The campsites were especially fragile. A campsite made for one night had never been intended to survive for centuries. The men had not cleared large areas of forest. They had not constructed permanent buildings. They had not placed signs beside the river. They had simply stopped. That temporary quality is what makes them so interesting. A permanent monument tells us that people wanted to be remembered. A forgotten campsite tells us something different. It tells us that history can happen without anyone realizing that it is history. The men sitting beside their fires did not know that future generations would wonder where they had slept. They did not know that historians would compare their journal entries with modern maps. They did not know that people would stand beside rivers and imagine their journey. They were simply tired. They wanted to eat. They wanted to sleep. They wanted to wake up and continue. That ordinary human feeling may be one of the strongest connections between their world and ours. Even after 2 centuries, the need for rest has not changed. The expedition also reminds us that the American landscape was much larger in human experience than it appears on a map. Today, the route can be displayed on a screen. A finger can trace it from St. Louis to the Pacific. The distance becomes a line, but the men experienced that line as thousands of separate moments. A bend in the river, a difficult hill, a cold morning, a warm afternoon, a storm, a successful hunt, a conversation. A night beside the water. The map shows the whole journey. The journals reveal the pieces, and the campsites connect those pieces. Each one was a pause between 2 sections of the route. Each one allowed the men to recover enough strength to continue. Without those pauses, the line on the map could never have been completed. There is another quiet truth hidden in this. The expedition did not conquer distance. It learned to live with distance. The continent was not made smaller. The men became better at moving through it. They learned how to use rivers. They learned how to travel through difficult terrain. They learned how to work together. They learned when to stop. They learned to accept delays. They learned that patience could be more valuable than speed. This is why the expedition sometimes moved slowly. A river could force them to wait. A mountain could force them to climb carefully. Snow could delay progress. Illness could change plans. A broken boat could stop an entire group. The men had no choice but to adapt. And adaptation became part of their daily rhythm. At night, they could look back on what had happened. Sometimes the day had gone according to plan. Sometimes it had not. But the evening still arrived. The campsite still offered a place to rest. That simple certainty must have been comforting. The journey could be unpredictable. Nightfall was predictable. The sun would set, the temperature would change. The men would prepare camp, the fire would glow, the stars would appear, the night would pass, morning would come. This rhythm was stronger than any individual difficulty. It continued through success and failure. It continued through rain and sunshine. It continued through hunger and abundance. It continued when the men were excited and when they were exhausted. The rhythm carried them forward. And perhaps this is why the story of the expedition can be so calming when told slowly. There is movement, but there is also repetition. There is uncertainty, but there is also routine. There are mountains, but there are also quiet valleys. There are difficult rivers, but there are also peaceful evenings beside them. The expedition contained both adventure and stillness. The stillness was necessary. Without it, adventure could not continue. Imagine the men after one particularly long day. They have been traveling since early morning. Their clothing is dusty. Their boots are worn. Their shoulders ache. The sun is low. They finally reach a suitable place beside the water. No one needs to explain what happens next. The group begins preparing camp. Someone gathers wood. Someone checks the animals. Someone prepares food. Someone secures the boats. Someone studies the route. The work is familiar. The men have done it hundreds of times. The fire catches. Smoke rises. The smell of cooking food spreads through the evening air. The men sit down. For a while, nobody talks about the enormous distance still ahead. They are simply present. The river flows beside them. The sky changes from gold to gray, then from gray to deep blue. The first stars appear. The day's exhaustion begins to soften. This is the part of the expedition that is rarely represented in famous paintings. Paintings prefer dramatic mountains, important meetings, boats on rushing rivers, men standing proudly beside flags. But real journeys contain far more evenings like this, quiet, ordinary, necessary. The men did not spend every night making history. They spent most nights living. And living is often repetitive. That repetition is not boring. It is what makes a life possible. The same is true for the expedition. The men needed routines. They needed familiar tasks. They needed moments when nothing extraordinary happened. Those moments allowed them to recover from the extraordinary. Perhaps one man would tell a story from home. Another might remember a friend. Someone might wonder what his family was doing that evening. The expedition was far away, but thoughts of home were never completely absent. The farther the men traveled, the greater the distance became. Home became an idea, a memory, a place they hoped to see again. That feeling may have become particularly strong during quiet nights. During the day, there was too much work to think about. At night, there was time. A person staring into a fire can think about almost anything: a family, a familiar street, a childhood memory, a meal, a friend, a place left behind. The expedition was a physical journey, but it was also an emotional journey away from everything familiar. The campsites gave the men time to feel that distance. They were thousands of miles from the settled world, yet they were not entirely alone. They had one another. That mattered. Shared hardship creates a strange kind of closeness. People begin to understand one another without speaking. A tired expression can communicate enough. A gesture toward food, a hand offered to help, a blanket shared during cold weather, a quiet warning about danger. The expedition became a community moving through uncertainty. And communities need places to gather. The campsite was one of those places. It was temporary, but the community within it was becoming stronger. Over time, the men knew what to expect from one another. They knew who could be trusted. They knew who was likely to volunteer for difficult work. They knew who could remain calm. They knew who could make people laugh. These relationships became part of the expedition's survival. The journey was not carried by one person. It was carried by a group. Even Lewis and Clark depended on the others. Leadership could provide direction, but direction meant little without people willing to carry it out. The expedition's success was collective. The campsites made that visible. Everyone shared the same firelight. Everyone faced the same weather. Everyone listened to the same river. Everyone waited for morning. That shared experience created a sense of equality in some moments. Even though the expedition was not truly equal in every way, there were differences in rank. There was the reality of slavery. There were differences in background and status. And there were enormous differences between the expedition and the native peoples whose lands they entered. History should not hide these differences. But the campsite still provides a useful image of shared human experience. Everyone needed warmth, everyone needed food, everyone needed sleep, everyone needed water. These basic needs crossed many boundaries. The expedition's encounters with native communities often began with these practical realities: food, water, transportation, information, safety. The explorers needed things. The people they encountered had knowledge and resources. Exchange became possible. Sometimes the exchange was peaceful, sometimes it was complicated, sometimes trust was difficult, but the human need to communicate remained. The expedition could not simply ignore the people living across the continent. Every major river and trail passed through a human world. The explorers learned this repeatedly. A quiet campsite could suddenly become a place of conversation when another group arrived. People might approach carefully. They might observe the visitors. The explorers might display gifts. Someone might attempt communication through gestures or interpreters. The situation could be uncertain. Then, gradually, understanding might develop. These encounters were often more important than they first appeared. Information could travel through them. News about the expedition could travel in the opposite direction. The explorers were moving west, but stories about them were moving ahead. People in communities farther along the route might hear that strangers were approaching. They might know about the expedition before seeing it. The continent was already connected through networks of communication. The explorers entered those networks. This is another reason the idea of a completely unknown wilderness is misleading. The land was unknown to the expedition. It was not unknown to everyone. The people living there knew the rivers. They knew the mountains. They knew the seasons. They knew where to travel. They knew where to avoid. They knew how different communities were connected. The explorers were learning a portion of that existing knowledge. Their journals preserved some of what they learned, but no journal could capture the full knowledge of the people who had lived there for generations. That knowledge existed in languages, stories, traditions, practices, and memories. Some of it was never written down by the explorers. Some of it was misunderstood. Some of it was never recorded. That is one of the limitations of historical documents. They preserve what someone chose to write. They do not preserve everything that happened. The silent spaces in the journals can be just as important as the written words. A campsite might have been filled with conversation. The journal might mention only that the expedition camped there. We cannot hear every voice. We cannot know every thought. We can only use the evidence that remains. Then we imagine carefully. The imagination should not invent facts, but it can help us appreciate the silence between the facts. A sentence in a journal can represent an entire evening. A few words can stand for hours of life. That is why historical storytelling requires patience. The past was lived slowly. It should sometimes be remembered slowly. The men did not experience their journey as a list of historical milestones. They experienced it as mornings and evenings, as hunger and meals, as work and sleep, as fear and relief, as uncertainty and discovery. The Pacific Ocean was a destination. But the journey was made from ordinary days, and the ordinary days were made from ordinary nights. Those nights are where we can almost hear the expedition breathing, a sleeping horse, a quiet river, a piece of wood collapsing in a fire, a blanket moving in the wind, someone turning over in sleep, the soft sound of water, the distant call of an animal, then silence again. There is no need to add anything more. The expedition is already there. The darkness is already enough. And somewhere far ahead, morning waits patiently. For now, the old campsite remains quiet. The fire has become ash. The stars are high. The river keeps moving, and the travelers sleep. The travelers slept beneath the open sky. While the river continued its slow movement through the darkness, hours passed without urgency. The night did not ask anything from them. There was no road to follow until morning. No distant engine, no message waiting, no clock demanding that anyone hurry. There was only the natural rhythm of the place: water, wind, darkness, sleep. Eventually, the first birds began to stir. A faint gray light appeared between the trees. The campsite slowly returned to view. The men woke. Another day had arrived. By now, the routine was familiar enough to feel almost automatic. The fire was brought back to life. Breakfast was prepared. The horses were checked. The boats were examined. Supplies were packed. The men looked toward the route ahead, then they moved. Behind them, the campsite became empty. This simple act of leaving happened again and again. It is easy to imagine that the men thought little about it. They had to keep moving. But in retrospect, each departure created another historical place. The ground they left behind became part of the route. A temporary home became a point in a much larger journey. The expedition was slowly creating a chain of memories across the continent. Some of those places would later be identified. Others would be forgotten. Some would change beyond recognition. Some would remain almost exactly as they had been. But the journey continued. The farther the men traveled, the more familiar they became with the rhythm of uncertainty. They learned that not knowing what came next did not necessarily mean being afraid. Sometimes uncertainty simply meant paying attention. Watch the river, watch the clouds, listen to local knowledge, look for trails, observe animals, check the equipment, choose a good place to stop, then continue. This was practical exploration. It did not depend entirely on dramatic courage. It depended on observation. The expedition's greatest strength was its ability to gather information and use it. A small observation in the morning could change a decision in the afternoon. A conversation could alter tomorrow's route. A weather pattern could determine whether the men traveled or stayed. Every piece of knowledge had value. The men were constantly learning. And learning requires attention. They had to notice details: a strange bird, an unfamiliar plant, a change in soil, a new kind of tree, a different mountain shape, a change in river current, a trail that looked recently used, a distant smoke. Nothing was necessarily meaningless. The West was full of information. The difficulty was learning how to interpret it. Native communities had developed ways of interpreting this environment over many generations. The explorers had to learn as much as they could. This was one of the quiet forms of cooperation that helped the expedition survive. Information could be more valuable than supplies. Knowing where to find food could save time. Knowing where to cross a river could prevent disaster. Knowing which direction a trail led could save days. Knowing when weather might change could protect the group. The expedition's journals preserve some of this knowledge. But the records also show how much the explorers still did not understand. Their maps were works in progress. Their geographical assumptions sometimes changed. They occasionally misunderstood what they saw. That is normal in exploration. The purpose of exploration is not to begin with complete knowledge. It is to increase knowledge. Every mistake becomes an opportunity to correct the map. Every unexpected landscape becomes another lesson. The expedition gradually became more accurate because it kept observing, and the campsites gave the men time to record what they had learned. Writing by firelight may have been slow. The paper had to be protected. The ink had to be used carefully, but the effort was worth it. A journal entry could preserve a day's experience. The words might later become evidence for historians. They might help identify an old campsite. They might reveal what the men thought about a particular landscape. They might show what animals were present. They might describe weather conditions. They might preserve the name of a native community. A few lines could contain enormous historical value. This is one reason the expedition's records remain so important. They allow modern people to look backward through time. The journals are not perfect. They are not neutral in every way. They reflect the explorer's own perspective, but they are windows. And through those windows, we can see pieces of the world as it appeared in the early 19th century. The campsites are especially interesting because they are so ordinary. A major battle might be remembered by monuments. A famous treaty might be preserved in archives. A great city might remain on the map. But a campsite can vanish completely. Only the written record tells us that someone stopped there. That makes the campsite almost invisible history. It is history without a monument, history without a building, history without a crowd, just a place and a night. The men would not have thought of it as historic. They were too busy living it. This is true of much of our own lives. We rarely recognize the moments that will become our most important memories. A normal evening can become meaningful years later. A familiar place can become precious after we leave it. A simple conversation can remain in memory for decades. History works in a similar way. A temporary campsite becomes important because someone later realizes that something significant happened there. The meaning arrives afterward. The same happened with the expedition. The men were focused on survival and travel. The United States later looked back and saw a landmark journey. The landscape became part of national memory, but the men themselves experienced it differently. They were not living inside a history book. They were living inside weather. They were living inside distance. They were living inside uncertainty. They were living one night at a time. Perhaps that is why the calmest way to imagine the expedition is to forget the final outcome for a moment. Forget the fame, forget the maps, forget the historical significance. Imagine only one evening. The sun has gone down, the river is dark, the fire is small, the men have finished eating, someone is repairing clothing, someone is cleaning a tool, someone is writing, someone is sitting quietly. There is no dramatic discovery. There does not need to be one. The value of the evening is simply that everyone is alive and resting. The expedition has survived another day. That is enough. The night deepens. The fire casts small shadows on the ground. Beyond the firelight, the trees are almost invisible. The river reflects a little moonlight. The air becomes cooler. The men pull their blankets closer. One by one, they fall asleep. The campsite becomes silent. Then the hours pass. This kind of silence is difficult to experience in modern life. There are few places where a person can hear almost nothing created by machines, but the expedition lived inside that silence regularly. The natural sounds became familiar: the river, the wind, birds, insects, animals, occasional human voices. These sounds formed the background of their lives. The silence was not empty. It was full of natural activity. A forest at night is alive. A river at night is alive. The plains at night are alive. The men were sleeping inside a world that continued moving even when they stopped. That may have been comforting. The world did not require their constant attention. The river could flow without them. The forest could move with the wind. Animals could travel through the darkness. The expedition could rest. This is one of the great differences between human work and natural processes. People often feel they must constantly accomplish something. Nature does not. A tree grows slowly. A river moves steadily. A mountain remains. The expedition's journey was more like the river than like modern transportation. Steady, patient, continuous. There were delays, there were difficult sections, there were moments of speed. But overall, progress came from continuing. That lesson appears again and again in the expedition. The men did not cross the Rockies in a single heroic effort. They crossed them over time. They climbed, they rested, they descended, they climbed again. They stopped at night. They began again in the morning. The mountains were conquered only in the sense that the men eventually passed through them. The mountains themselves remained. This is an important distinction. Human beings often describe journeys as victories over nature. But the expedition did not defeat the mountains. It adapted to them. It found routes through them. It learned how to move across them. Nature remained stronger and older. The same was true of the rivers. The men navigated them. They did not control them. A sudden change in water could still create danger. A storm could still stop progress. The expedition's success came from understanding limits, knowing when to push forward, knowing when to wait, knowing when to stop. That kind of wisdom was developed through experience. And experience was accumulated one day at a time. The campsites were part of that accumulation. Every night gave the men another chance to recover. Every morning gave them another chance to apply what they had learned. Over time, small improvements became significant. They became better at selecting camps, better at managing supplies, better at reading terrain, better at navigating, better at communicating, better at working together. The expedition became stronger because it was allowed to rest. This is easy to overlook. Rest does not appear dramatic in history, but it is essential. Without sleep, judgment becomes weaker. Without food, strength disappears. Without recovery, injuries become worse. Without quiet, people become exhausted. The campsite protected the expedition from these problems. It gave the men a temporary place to become human again after a difficult day. The fire was more than heat, it was comfort. The food was more than nourishment, it was relief. The blanket was more than fabric, it was shelter. The journal was more than paper, it was memory. Together, these simple things created a temporary home. Then morning came and the home moved. That may be the most unusual part of the expedition. Home was not a fixed location. Home was a collection of people and routines. Wherever the men stopped, those elements came together. A fire, food, equipment, companions, rest. The landscape changed. The sense of community remained. This moving home crossed rivers and mountains. It traveled through places that no member of the expedition had previously seen. And every night it reassembled. Every morning it disappeared. That pattern continued until the journey was complete. When the men finally returned to St. Louis, the moving home could become stationary again. But the memories of the trail could not simply disappear. The men had spent too long living by the rhythm of travel, the quiet nights, the long mornings, the rivers, the mountains, the open sky. All of these experiences remained with them, and through their journals, they eventually remained with the rest of America. The country could now imagine the places the expedition had visited. People who had never seen the Rocky Mountains could read descriptions of them. People who had never stood beside the Columbia could imagine its waters. People who had never slept beneath a western sky could picture the campsites. The journey had become a story, and stories can travel farther than people. The men returned to St. Louis. The story continued traveling westward in another form. Years later, travelers would follow routes that the expedition had helped make better known. Settlers would enter the regions. Roads and trails would develop. Towns would appear. The landscape would change. The temporary campsites would become harder to recognize. But the old journals remained. They continued pointing backward. They reminded future generations that before the roads, before the railroads, before the highways, people had crossed the continent slowly. They had depended on rivers. They had depended on horses. They had depended on one another. And every night they had stopped somewhere. The hidden campsites were therefore small pieces of a much larger transformation. They belonged to the moment before the West became deeply connected to the expanding United States. They belonged to a landscape that was changing even as the expedition moved through it. They were quiet places inside a very large historical process. Tonight, we can let that process become quiet again. There is no need to imagine the future roads, no need to imagine the cities, no need to imagine the traffic. Instead, return to the old riverbank. The expedition has stopped, the men have eaten. The journals are closed, the horses are resting, the boats are secured, the fire is almost gone, the stars are bright. The river moves slowly, nothing is urgent, nothing needs to be solved. The men sleep, the land continues. And for one final peaceful moment, the hidden campsite exists only beneath the stars. The night slowly gave way to morning. The last darkness lifted from the riverbank, and a soft light appeared over the distant horizon. The campsite was quiet. The men were beginning another day. There was something almost ordinary about it. After everything they had experienced, another sunrise was still just another sunrise. Another morning meant another beginning. The men prepared their belongings. Fire was extinguished. The boats were checked. The horses were gathered. The journals were secured. Then once again the campsite was abandoned. The men moved away from the river. Their footsteps carried them farther east. Behind them, the place became quiet. The grass slowly returned to its natural position. The ashes cooled. The river continued flowing. And eventually, there was almost nothing left to show that anyone had been there. That was the fate of most of the expedition's campsites. They were temporary by design. But the journey they supported was permanent in memory. The expedition had crossed one of the largest and most difficult landscapes in North America. It had traveled through environments that seemed almost endless. It had crossed rivers and mountains. It had encountered unfamiliar plants and animals. It had met native nations with their own histories and knowledge. It had recorded observations. It had survived uncertainty. And through it all, the men had slept beside countless rivers and beneath countless skis. Those nights were not separate from the expedition. They were the foundation of it. A person cannot walk thousands of miles without stopping. A boat cannot travel forever. A horse cannot move without rest. A human mind cannot remain alert without sleep. The journey depended on pauses. The campsites were those pauses. They were places where the expedition recovered its strength. They were places where knowledge was recorded. They were places where decisions were made. They were places where people could simply sit beside a fire and breathe. Perhaps that is why the hidden campsites deserve a place in the story. They show us the expedition at its most human, not standing on a mountaintop, not meeting a famous historical figure, not reaching the Pacific, just resting, eating, writing, waiting, sleeping, beginning again. The greatest journeys are often remembered through their destinations, but destinations are only a small part of travel. The real journey is everything between them. For Lewis and Clark, that space between destinations was enormous. It contained thousands of miles. It contained changing weather. It contained difficult terrain. It contained conversations and discoveries. It contained fear and excitement. It contained countless ordinary moments. And among those ordinary moments were the nights when the men looked up at unfamiliar stars, the nights when the river was louder than their voices, the nights when rain fell on their shelters, the nights when cold forced them closer to the fire, the nights when food was plentiful, the nights when food was scarce, the nights when everyone was too tired to talk, the nights when someone remembered home. Each night was different, yet each night served the same purpose. It allowed another day to begin. Eventually, the journey ended. In September 1806, the expedition returned to St. Louis. The men had been away for more than 2 years. They returned with journals, maps, specimens, observations, and memories. The United States would remember their expedition as a major event, but the men themselves returned carrying something that could never be placed on a map: experience. They had changed. They had seen enormous distances. They had learned to live with uncertainty. They had depended on people they might never have known before the journey. They had witnessed landscapes that would remain in their memories for the rest of their lives. And they had learned how small a single human being can feel beneath a western sky. The expedition's importance grew with time. Future generations studied it. Historians examined the journals. Maps were compared. Routes were reconstructed. Places were identified. Questions were asked. Some answers became clearer, other questions remained. That is the nature of history. It never becomes completely finished. Every generation looks again. Every generation notices something different. The campsites are part of this continuing process. Archaeologists and historians have tried to identify some locations. Physical evidence can sometimes help: charcoal, artifacts, changes in soil, fragments of old objects, landscape features. But many sites remain uncertain, and perhaps that uncertainty is fitting. Not every moment of history can be recovered. Some places belong only to memory. Some nights exist only in words. Some campsites survive only because a journal tells us that the expedition stopped there. The absence of physical evidence does not mean the night did not happen. It simply means time has done what time always does. It has removed the visible traces. The land has absorbed the story. The river has carried pieces away. Plants have grown. Storms have passed. People have changed the landscape. But the written record remains. And so we can still imagine the fire, imagine the river, imagine the tired travelers, imagine the horses resting nearby, imagine the stars, imagine the quiet. There is no need to make the moment dramatic. The beauty is in its simplicity. The men had traveled far, for tonight they could rest. That is enough. The history of exploration is often described through movement: forward, west, cross, beyond. But movement requires stillness. The campsite was the still point. For a few hours, the expedition stopped. The world did not. The river kept flowing. The wind kept moving. The animals continued traveling through the darkness. The stars continued their paths. Only the men stopped. And perhaps that is why the campsites feel so peaceful when we imagine them today. They remind us that even during one of the most remarkable journeys in American history, there were moments when nothing needed to happen. No discovery. No danger, no great decision, just rest. The fire slowly disappeared, the darkness deepened, the men slept, morning came. The journey continued again and again and again. Until finally the journey was over, the old trail eventually became part of a changing America. The landscapes the expedition had crossed would later be transformed by roads, towns, railroads, farms, and cities. The country would grow. The West would change. The meaning of the expedition would change with it, but the rivers remained. The mountains remained. The forests remained. And some of the quiet places where the men had once stopped remained as well. They may not look exactly as they did in 1804 or 1805 or 1806, but the land still carries traces of its older history. A riverbank can still be a riverbank. A mountain can still be a mountain. A forest can still become quiet after sunset, and the stars can still appear above them. That continuity allows us to imagine the past without pretending that the past has returned. We know that the world is different. We know that roads and towns may now surround places that were once wilderness. We know that modern life has changed the landscape, but we can still pause. We can still look at a river. We can still listen to the wind. We can still imagine a small fire from another century. And for a moment, the distance between then and now becomes smaller, not because history has disappeared, but because human experience remains understandable. A tired traveler still wants rest. A cold traveler still wants warmth. A hungry traveler still appreciates food. A person far from home can still miss familiar places. And after a difficult day, a quiet campsite can still feel like safety. That is the deepest connection between us and the people of the expedition. They lived in a different America. They used different tools. They traveled at a different speed. They understood the world differently, but they were still human. They needed sleep. They needed companionship. They needed hope. They needed another morning. The hidden campsites preserve that simple truth. They remind us that history was not lived by statues. It was lived by people who walked, people who worked, people who worried, people who wondered, people who rested beside rivers, and people who eventually went home. So as the story comes to an end, let the expedition disappear slowly into the landscape. The boats have moved on, the horses have followed, the men are traveling east, the campsite is empty, the fire is cold, the grass moves gently in the wind, the river flows past the place where they once slept. There is no sound of their voices now, no footsteps, no tools, no movement, only the river, only the trees, only the open sky. The night returns. The same darkness that once covered the expedition covers the landscape again. The stars appear, one by one. The river reflects the faint light. The wind moves softly through the grass. And somewhere beneath that enormous sky, the old campsite rests in silence. The expedition has finished. The journals are closed. The maps are complete enough to tell their story. The men have returned home, but the trail remains. And so does the memory. A journey that once seemed impossibly large was completed through small moments. One day. 1 mile, one river, one campsite, one night. Then another morning. That is how the continent was crossed, not in a single moment, but slowly, patiently, quietly. And perhaps that is the most peaceful way to remember Lewis and Clark, not as figures frozen in a history book, but as travelers beside a river at night. Their fire is warm, their work is finished, their companions are nearby, the stars are above, the water is moving, there is nothing more to do, they can sleep, and the land can remain awake. The river continues toward the distant horizon. The mountains stand quietly in the darkness. The grass moves with the wind. The stars remain overhead. And the old campsite becomes part of the night once more. The journey is over. The story is complete. The fire has gone out. The river keeps flowing. And the silence remains.